You're listening to Wolf Valley, Only Time Can Tell, written by D.N. Leo, narrated by Jessica Lee. My name is Mia, and I'm a wolf shifter, an alpha of a young pack. If you're new to our story, here's the gist of it. Our town is what humans call Gisborne, at the outskirts of Melbourne City. The supernatural community lives amongst the humans, and we refer to it as the Wolf Valley community, only because it has a nice ring to it. Although our supernatural population is 5 times that of the humans, we remain hidden from human eyes unless we choose to reveal ourselves. In our town, Jasmine runs a vineyard, crafting wines that sometimes hold more magic than even she admits to. Beatrice runs a supernatural pet school, teaching everything from how to keep your hellhound from setting the furniture on fire to helping young shifters control their first transformations. And me? I work as a psychologist during the day and take care of my pack at night. The 3 of us have been keeping this community together, connected, and living in peace. Until now. I stared at the stack of patient files on my desk, each one demanding attention I couldn't spare right now. Being an alpha was like having a second full-time job, except this one didn't come with scheduled breaks or vacation days. The unease in my stomach rolled again, and I pressed a hand against it, wondering if I'd eaten something wrong at the pack meeting last night. The door creaked open, and just like that, my mood lifted. Jim walked in, all 6 feet of impossible Scottish charm, his auburn hair catching the afternoon light. Those light green eyes of his held their usual mischievous twinkle, and even after all this time, his accent still did things to my insides that had nothing to do with my current queasiness. "You look like someone just suggested serving tofu at the next pack dinner," he said, leaning against my desk with that crooked smile that made me forget I'd ever lived a life without him in it. "Just bureaucracy," I gestured at the files. "Sometimes I think paperwork is humanity's most effective weapon against supernatural beings." He studied my face, the twinkle in his eyes shifting to concern. "Those circles under your eyes say different, love. Been sleeping poorly?" "Just tired." I waved it off, but he was already reaching into his jacket pocket. "Brought you something." He pulled out a paper bag that smelled of fresh bread. "That seeded loaf you like from the bakery." The moment he opened the bag, my stomach revolted. I clapped a hand over my mouth and shoved my chair back, the mere thought of seeds making me want to. Jim's eyes went wide, then wider. Then his whole face lit up like a kid at Christmas, and I knew exactly what he was thinking. "Don't," I warned. "Mia," he breathed, practically vibrating with excitement. "Love, when was your last—" "James Miracles, I swear to the moon." He was already doing a victory dance around my office, his accent getting thicker with excitement like it always did. "We're gonna have a wee wolf, or maybe a whole litter." "Do wolves have litters? Should I be baby-proofing the den? Actually, do we need a proper den? Because I can build—" "We don't know anything yet." But I couldn't help laughing at his enthusiasm, even as I mentally counted days in my head. "And you do realize that if I am, you're going to have to deal with a pregnant alpha wolf?" He stopped dancing, but his grin only got wider. "Aye, and won't that be the grandest adventure yet?" Looking at him then, his eyes bright with joy and love, I felt my own excitement building. Maybe this wasn't the best timing, with everything happening in Wolf Valley, but then again, when was timing ever perfect? "First things first," I said, trying to sound stern despite my smile. "We need a test, and if you even think about howling the news to the pack before we're sure—" "Wouldn't dream of it," he said, already texting someone on his phone. "Jim!" "Just asking Beatrice if she knows any supernatural pregnancy tests." "What?" He dodged the stress ball I threw at his head. "She runs a pet school. Surely she's dealt with pregnant werewolves before." Moon help me, but I loved this impossible man. The excitement faded as reality settled back in. I sank into my chair, the weight of Wolf Valley pressing on my shoulders. "Jim, the timing." "When is timing ever perfect?" He perched on my desk, his hand finding mine. "It's not just that." I squeezed his fingers. Beatrice's school is growing so fast she's already talking about a second location, and with her and Lucian's pups on the way. I swallowed hard. And then there's Jasmine and Bertram. My voice cracked on their names. Damn hormones if I really was pregnant, making my eyes water. Ah, love. Jim pulled me into his arms, and I buried my face in his shirt, breathing in his familiar scent of pine and something distinctly Scottish that I could never quite name. You're worried they'll leave, wouldn't you? Bertram's got his fancy new angel wings, and Jasmine's got this whole powerful family across time and space. Why would they stay in our little valley? Jim's chest rumbled with laughter. That's why I've already handled it. I pulled back to look at him. What? Remember who's been Bertram's best friend since before electricity was fashionable? His eyes twinkled. I've arranged a romantic getaway for their anniversary. The Grampians. Secluded cabin, stunning views, and enough privacy that they can get as loud as they want when... Jim! I smacked his arm, but couldn't help grinning. I'm just saying, nothing ties you to a place like family. And after a weekend there, he waggled his eyebrows suggestively, let's just say Wolf Valley might need a supernatural preschool sooner rather than later. You can't possibly know that'll work. Can't I? He looked insufferably pleased with himself. Bertram's in the city right now picking up flowers for her. I frowned. Jasmine hates cut flowers. She says they're just pretty corpses. She prefers living herbs, but these aren't just any flowers. His grin widened. Trust me, love. I've known Bertram since he was chasing sheep in medieval Scotland. The man's never been so sure of anything in his very long life. Since when are you such a romantic mastermind? Please, he scoffed, his accent thickening dramatically. I got a deadline, Wolf, to fall in love with me, didn't I? I'm clearly a genius when it comes to impossible romances. I rolled my eyes, but warmth spread through my chest. And modest, too. Modesty's overrated when you're right. He pulled me closer, pressing a kiss to my forehead. Wolf Valley is home, love. Not just because it's where we are, but because it's where we all found each other. Jasmine and Bertram know that better than anyone. But what if we trust that the pack we chose, deadline wolves, angel hybrids, wine witches, and all, will choose us back? His hand drifted to my stomach. Besides, their niece or nephew is going to need them around to spoil them rotten. You're awfully confident about this baby thing. When have I ever been wrong? Well, there was that time with the enchanted haggis. That was one time, and in my defense, how was I supposed to know it would gain sentience? I laughed, letting him pull me into a kiss that tasted like promises and hope. Maybe he was right. Maybe home wasn't just a place, but the people who made it worth staying for. Even if some of those people had really terrible taste in Scottish cuisine. Chapter 1. New Earth, $29.99. It was rare to see a clear sky and sunlight that lasted for more than an hour in the morning. Normally, when Emma reached the edge of the central area, the real sun rays dimmed and were replaced by artificial light coming from a dome above. The artificial light had all the good properties of real sunlight, minus those that cause skin cancer in humans. But Emma still preferred to soak in a little more of the real sunshine. Today, as she passed the old Australia quarter, with Sydney on the left and Melbourne on the right, the real sunlight was still out. She pedaled her vintage bike along the road flanked by luxurious high-end fashion stores, turning into London Quarter and heading toward New York. The sun was still out, bright and cheerful. She stopped her bicycle on the side of the street. The stores here weren't open at this hour in the morning, so security wouldn't have a problem with her standing in front of them. She tilted her face up, closed her eyes, and enjoyed the warmth of the sunlight on her skin. For a moment, she managed to block out the traffic noise in the overcrowded central area. She inhaled the pure, top-quality air, artificially pumped into the shopping mall and along the streets where the exclusive shops were located. That air was one good thing the central area offered. She wondered how the natural air supply had been managed in ancient times when there was no dome covering the areas humans inhabited. She'd studied human history, but she hadn't gone past the last couple hundred years. Even then, the air wasn't free. People had to pay for what they consumed. She could never afford the clean air, so she traveled through the city to her floral shop every day just to breathe it in for free. It took her 20 minutes longer, but for this unadulterated air, it was worth it. "Watch out!" Startled, she opened her eyes and saw a man struggling to hold back a heavy trash bin as it rolled down a sloped sidewalk. A few pedestrians jumped aside, cursing as they watched the bin tip over and fall on its side. The lid popped open and a human body fell out. Today was a waste collection day. Emma panicked. She usually remembered pushing the bins out, but she was distracted last night, and she couldn't recall if she'd done it or not. They were full of organic material like dead flowers. If she missed the collection, the air around her shop would be unbearable for an entire week. A man in business attire rushed toward the toppled bin. "Organic waste bins are collected in the back, you idiot. Why are you wheeling this to the street?" "I'm sorry, I didn't know, sir. I'll take care of it." The man attempted to push the dead body back into the bin. "How?" said the man. "You've already polluted the air in front of my shop with this human waste. Do you have any idea how expensive this air is? Are you from another dome? Don't you know how things work here? You've got to pay for this." "But it's my first day on the job. I don't have any credits, sir." Emma leaned her bike against the light pole and walked over. "The longer you keep this man here, the more polluted your air will get." She pulled some credit tokens from her pocket. "Here, take this and pay for the extra air cleaning. Let this man go." Emma signaled the man. He thanked her and rushed the bin toward the back. "All organic waste is collected in the back. Don't make this mistake again," the shop owner shouted, though the man had already turned the corner and wouldn't be able to hear him. He then looked at the credits Emma had given him. It wouldn't be enough for a proper cleaning job. "Look, I own the Happy Blooms florist down the road. Why don't I give you a week's worth of free flowers to freshen the air in your shop?" She handed him a small card imprinted with her shop ID. He took the card. "All right, I'm going to hold you to this. I'll come and collect flowers every day for a week." "Deal!" The shop owner walked away. Emma shook her head. She didn't think dead human bodies and organic waste should be treated as if they were the same thing, but it was how this society functioned. Who was she to say anything? The dead person had looked old, maybe over 100 years of age. His death could have been natural, but even if it wasn't, the cause of death was nobody's business. In this society, the strong survived and the weak perished, and everyone minded only their own chances of survival. Emma glanced toward the far end of the street. The waste-collecting trucks were 3 blocks away. It would be a while before they got to where she was, and much longer until they reached her shop. She had enough time to get her bins out to the street. Emma hopped back on her bicycle and pedaled hard, heading toward Happy Blooms. She got off her bike and smiled at Elvin, the enormous self-appointed security guard who sat in front of her shop. She pulled a small box from her bicycle basket and gave it to him. His nose and lips were concealed by the gigantic broom-like beard he had grown in the last half of the year, but she knew he was smiling and sniffing at the box. "My favorite cheese balls. You shouldn't have, Emma." "Well, you don't have to work as my security, Elvin. If you don't want me to hang around and scare your customers, then you should hire some professional security. Any security group will do, but I'm biased toward Amarak. No, I like you hanging around. My customers are comfortable with you, and it's much better that they see you than a robot. Amarak security isn't robotic." "Wait, are you comparing me to a robot?" Emma smiled at him. "You have way too much personality to be a robot. Anyway, I can't afford Amarak security. I can have a word with them for you. I know you have friends there, but this is a safe area, so there's no need for you to call in favors. Having you around is good company, and I'd like to keep it that way." He shrugged. "I'm just sticking around for the free cheese balls. I couldn't even afford this kind of homemade food when I was working." She leaned the bike against the wall to the left of the front door. It would now serve as a decorative item for the front of her shop. Before she stepped inside, Elvin said, "I sold the cabin in the woods." She turned and looked at the old man. "Why would you do that? That's your dream place for when you decide to stop being my low-paid security guard and retire for good." "You know why, Emma? I always wanted to see the Southeastern Dome before I die. I could get 2 tickets, you know. You can visit, see if you like it." "I've heard many good things about that dome. I'm sure it's nice. But I have happy blooms to run. Plus, my life is here." Elvin shook his head. "I know you saved up for a chance to go to Udi's, but that universe is just a myth. It might be only a dream, but it's the dream I'm working toward. Don't blow your hard-earned credits on New Haven services. They're scammers." She smiled at him. "I know. You tell me that 20 times a week." He nodded, said nothing further, and bit into a cheese ball. He would bring this conversation back up again in a couple of weeks. She was sure of that. Elvin always respected her wishes. It didn't matter if he agreed or not. The door scanner came to life as she walked in. It was supposed to greet her, but she needed to upgrade the system to keep that function operable. She saw no need to do so. She would rather spend her financial resources on new projects, not on a door scanner. The system switched the light on and turned on her screen behind the counter. Text floated across the screen. "Emma O'Neill, human, citizen of Central Dome, New Earth." She rolled her eyes. She was really getting what she paid for. The primitive system didn't even recognize that she was its owner and understand it didn't have to report her entry every day. Emma rushed to the back of the shop to push the bins out. When she came back in, a message on the screen reported a missed call from a customer. She activated the callback function. "Susan, sorry I missed your call. Your orders are on track. You'll have your flowers in 2 weeks. Did you want to make any changes?" "I didn't call, Emma." "Oh, I'm sorry. My system must be acting up. Sorry to bother you. See you in 2 weeks." A tall man walked into the shop, casting a shadow across the top of the counter. As he moved past the scanner, text floated across her screen. When she saw what it said, Emma was speechless. Chapter 2. Bertram squinted. The light inside Happy Blooms was much brighter than the light outside. It took a second or so for his eyes to adjust. Happy Blooms seemed to be like any other floral shop. The florist was behind the counter. Experience told Bertram that she wasn't just a florist, but she owned this business, and she loved what she did. Beautiful, young, late 20s, early 30s at most, porcelain skin, long, wavy, sandy hair, light green eyes. A brilliantly warm smile spread across her face. Based on her looks alone, he would trust whatever recommendations she made for any products in the shop. The strange thing was, she didn't offer him any help. She looked at him as if he had grown 2 heads. "Good morning," he smiled at her. "You speak English." "I'm embarrassed to admit that it's the only language I'm fluent in." She lifted her arms in the air. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have gawked at you. It's just that I've never seen an angel in the flesh before, let alone an artificial angel." He took a step back. A normal human could never make him. Seeing his reaction, she frowned. "My computer system has been playing tricks on me all morning. If it scanned your profile incorrectly, I apologize." "Scanned?" She pointed gingerly toward the door. "The door scanner. Sorry, it's a cheap system. It should have greeted you and announced that you're being scanned for security purposes." "I didn't consent to a scan. And this is a flower shop, not an international airport." "I don't know what an international airport is, but door scanning is standard practice here." She broke the word international into 3 parts and pronounced it in an odd way. Bertram wondered if she didn't know what it meant. "You've never flown to another country?" Her computer emitted a loud noise from an incoming call. She gestured for silence. "Sorry, if I don't take this call, it will continue being a noisemaker, and you and I won't be able to have a proper conversation. That's what cheap technology does for you." As soon as Bertram nodded a go-ahead, she engaged the call. Emma, I saw your advert. It's wonderful. Hi, Liz, thank you. I'm with a customer right now, but what can I do for you? Is there a chance I can change my order to what you advertised in this week's promo? I'm not sure. Let me check. As long as the flowers haven't been created, it should be okay to change. I hope so. Creating a flower that reflects my feelings is exactly what I'm looking for. Bertram's ears couldn't help but perk up. That was the advertisement he had seen, and it was what he'd ordered. It's my latest project, Liz, and I'm very proud of it. You're the first one to inquire about it, but what you ordered was very nice. The flowers have been created. Bertram peeked at the screen where a large bouquet of flowers appeared. Those are nice tulips. As soon as the words left his lips, the computer camera swung toward him as if automatically recognizing a third person engaging in the conversation. Oh, that's what they're called. Bertram stepped closer to the counter to view the woman on the screen. Yes, it's the only name I know to describe those flowers. Then he saw his credentials on the screen. Bertram Hayes, Artificial Angel, Citizen of Australia, Old Earth. Oh, wow, you're an angel. I've never seen one before. When he engaged in the conversation, it seemed his credentials had been shown to Liz. She grinned at the screen as if she wanted to burst out of it and grab him. Bertram took a couple of steps back. Emma turned the computer's camera away from him. Liz, your order has already been made. Normally I wouldn't change it, but I'll do it for you today. If you could fill in the order form with the specs and quote the advert promo code, I'll get the new order to you next week. The woman said something else, but Bertram had stopped paying attention. His mind was spinning with thousands of questions. He was in his home office in Gisborne, a small town on the outskirts of the Melbourne Central Business District. He had spent a considerable amount of time searching for the perfect gift for their first wedding anniversary. He wanted to give his wife, Jasmine, flowers. But Jasmine knew flowers and herbs, and ordinary flowers wouldn't surprise her. Then he saw Happy Bloom's advert on the internet. Flowers uniquely created from your heart and mind. New technology, designing your own flowers from the information supplied by your brainwaves. Turn your thoughts into flowers. Available only at Happy Bloom's. He had filled in a short survey for the order and submitted it, thinking it was like the psychological tests he had to complete for the police when he worked as a detective. Shortly after his submission, he got a notice saying the flowers were ready to be collected. The address was in Melbourne City, so he got into his car and drove into town. And here he was. But he didn't think he was in his own time anymore. He sat down on a bench next to a display of what appeared to be flowers. Emma stepped out from behind the counter and looked at him with concern. Are you okay? He shook his head. Did the government install this computer in your shop? Will they have access to the data it captured? We don't have a government, authority, or anyone considered to have higher power, if that's what you're talking about. I don't know who created that data bank, but as individuals, we subscribe to it so that our scanner can draw information from it and tell us who we're interacting with. It's just for our own safety. Your information is safe with me. I won't sell it for any reason. He nodded. That's not what you're most concerned about, is it? You're from the old Earth. What year? He looked into her light green eyes. I'm from 2022, and I'm guessing I'm now sometime in the future. But as long as I'm still on Earth and didn't stumble upon a portal and end up in another world, I guess that's okay. She looked at him, her face showing concern. What, Emma? Tell me the truth. I can take it. The good news is that you're still on Earth, but I think you're a bit further into the future than you realize. It's 2999 now. That means you're an angel and have lived for a very long time. I guess that's good news as well. She smiled at him, but her smile faded when she saw his expression. If I walk out that door and go back the way I came, can I get back home in the same year I left? She stood up. I don't know. These days, we often hear about visits from creatures from outer space, other worlds, and distant universes. Some of them look just like humans, so it didn't surprise me that you came here from another time. I'm sure you can go back the same way you came, but why did you come here in the first place? Doesn't your time have flower shops? I saw the Happy Blooms ad and I placed an order. Oh, so Liz isn't the first customer of my latest project. You are. I had no idea the system promoted my business all the way back to 2022. I wonder how many potential customers are angels who can travel to the future without even breaking a sweat. I don't have an answer to that. It could be a technological glitch, or maybe a loophole in time. Well, I hope so, because it would cost me a lot of credits to advertise for such a long time. Let's see what you ordered. She opened a window on her computer screen. Bertram approached to see his order. On the screen was a cheerful bunch of sunflowers. I've never seen these before. They're beautiful. They're quite common in my time. Is that what came out of my thoughts? Well, I didn't actually scan your thoughts. You filled in the survey, and my technology translated the information into images. It combined those images with your current psychological and biological profile, and then produced the flowers that reflect your emotions. And you haven't seen sunflowers before? No, I don't think they exist in my time. She printed his order and read it as she spoke. They're beautiful, truly beautiful. Bertram paced the floor. The information he provided on the order form and the sunflowers were definitely from his time. But the technology and Happy Blooms were from far in the future. He didn't think time-traveling technology could stretch between the two distant periods of time. Emma certainly hadn't advertised her flower shop to customers in 2022. Someone or something is connecting these time periods, he thought. But why? Are they targeting me? Because I just accepted a position with the angels? Bertram turned and looked at Emma. Tears rolled down her face. What happened, Emma? She waved the piece of paper she held in her hand. You love your wife so much. That's so beautiful. Is that what angels do, loving someone that much? Or is it just you? Hey, that information is private. You ordered the flowers from my shop. I get to see and keep the order. She shoved the paper into her pocket so he couldn't take it away. Chasing the paper was pointless, so he shoved his hands in his pant pockets. Jasmine isn't an angel, he said, and looked into Emma's light green eyes. She's not an immortal. I had the choice to be a fully natural angel or stay artificial, the way I was created. I chose the latter, hoping to have some control over my lifespan. But based on what's happened today, I'm afraid that isn't going to happen. So I'll have to find a solution for Jasmine. I wish someone would love me that much. He smiled at her. I'm new to the angel business, and I have a lot to learn. But there is one thing they told me that I like. Everyone has a soulmate. You will find that person, and you will be loved the way you deserve. She smiled brightly. White lies sometimes helped, Bertram thought. He picked up the flowers. I guess I should leave now. Thank you for the flowers. He pulled out his wallet to pay and rolled his eyes. I'm guessing you can't accept my credit card. She glanced at his card and chuckled. Not that kind of card. Tell you what, your first purchase is on the house. She placed a card with the name of her shop on it inside the bouquet. I hope you'll come back for more flowers in the future. She watched him as he walked out the door. Bertram walked along the street toward his car. He disliked getting the flowers for free. He'd find a way to pay Emma for her work. But for now, he needed to make sure he could get home safely to Jasmine. That was all that mattered. He traced his steps carefully and hoped he could leave exactly how he had come in. He shook his head, trying to recall how he got to this new Earth in the first place. There was nothing unusual about the order form he'd filled out on the internet. It was short and basic. The only unusual part was when he described his feelings for Jasmine. But that was the whole idea behind the flower creation process. There wasn't much he could deduce from any of that. After that was finished, he confirmed the purchase, checked out online, verified that he'd make payment upon receipt, and then received the pickup address. Pickup address. He recalled seeing New Earth written in the address. He must have thought it was the name of the building complex. He was sure it was on the order form, too. That meant that on Earth in 2022, he saw a real advertisement from Happy Blooms, the one Emma had paid for to promote her shop. He showed up at the store and picked up the right order. But Emma didn't realize she had advertised to customers in 2022. It wasn't a computer glitch, a loophole in time, or anything magical. He wasn't the target. Emma was. Something she specified to her advertiser about her target customers allowed the system to bypass time and reach him. He must match her description. The ability to profile someone and enable such a powerful transaction across time made Emma a dream target for anyone working with time-traveling technology. She needed to know this. She needed to remove her ad from the system. He pulled out the card Emma had put in the flower bouquet, but the card was blank. He returned to the floral shop on foot. It had only been a few minutes since he walked away, but Happy Blooms felt different. Something seriously wrong had happened. He stepped inside the shop. The light was dim. Broken furniture, dead flowers, and debris were scattered all over the floor. Emma was not in the room. There was a large flower basket on the counter that wasn't there before. Inside the basket, a man's head rested on a bed of sunflowers. Chapter 3. You've got weed in your office. Excuse me? Jasmine turned around, responding to Peter as he spoke from the door leading into her small office at the back of Vines and Soul, the restaurant attached to the vineyard she owned. He grinned and pointed. It's a sunflower, Jasmine said, pushing up from her chair and going to the window. She gingerly touched a tiny pale yellow petal on a young plant that had sprung up overnight on the windowsill. And for your information, I don't do weed. Peter walked into her office and observed the plant with curiosity. How does a sunflower just grow out of your windowsill like that? Jasmine had vetted Peter's profile carefully before giving him the job as production manager of the vineyard. Not only he was 100% human, but he also had no connection to anyone or anything in the supernatural world. She was sure he didn't see anything particularly unusual about the plant. Jasmine wasn't an expert on plants, but she knew no ordinary sunflower would appear out of nowhere like this. Her friend Beatrice would soon be on her way over to look at it. Beatrice had been studying supernatural plants and vegetation for a while now and would have some insights. Jasmine glanced at the flower again and shrugged as if the plant wasn't worth noticing. There was no supernatural energy around it, and she couldn't detect the presence of any supernatural creatures. But she knew this wasn't just an ordinary flower. She grabbed the lunch menu and handed it to Peter. It's a repeat. I didn't have enough time today to plan anything new. I can manage the restaurant for the lunch rush, Jasmine. It's your special day today. You shouldn't have to be here. She patted his shoulder. I know you're more than capable of managing both the vineyard and the restaurant for a day, but you know me, I'm a control freak. Lisa will be back to work in a couple of days, and then you'll be totally free of me. I have a lot to learn from you. Can I ask you a quick question? I can't guarantee an answer, but ask away. What are you putting together for the menu tonight? What kind of question is that? I'm sure Bertram won't care what I make. So no party for your wedding anniversary then? We want to keep it low-key, just the two of us. Why do you look so disappointed? I've never discussed our anniversary. No, you didn't. One of Jasmine's unique abilities as a witch was reading people's emotions. She never did it without permission, but when someone experienced an overpowering surge of emotion, it often spilled over to her. Right now, Peter's anxiety blasted at her. What's on your mind, Peter? What's the problem? Bertram, what's wrong? Oh no, nothing is wrong with him. It's just that he talked about it many times with me, and he seems to be taking the anniversary preparations very seriously. I thought it was going to be a big event today. No, Peter, we're not having a party, but that doesn't mean today isn't important to us. On the contrary, it means a lot to Bertram and me. So much so that we only want the two of us and no one else. He nodded. Understood. Still, it doesn't add up. What doesn't? Well, Bertram asked me to look into aromatherapy. Jasmine didn't need to see her reflection in a mirror to know that her eyebrow spontaneously arched. It's not what you think, Jasmine. He wasn't trying to do anything naughty. He just wanted some sort of aromatherapeutic candle with a calm and soothing effect. She smiled at him. Okay, so those weren't his exact words. Did Bertram ask for jasmine candles? Peter paced back and forth, raking his hands through his hair. How did you know that? He said it was supposed to be a secret. We're married, Peter. I know his every move, even before he makes a move. Is that how well you're supposed to know a person if you love them? She looked into Peter's piercing green eyes. What's this about, Peter? It's not just about Bertram and the candles, is it? Well, there's that. But the reason Bertram asked me about it is because my girlfriend owns an aromatherapeutic candle shop. And? Jasmine is a standard candle scent, and I've seen it in the shop. But I know Bertram wanted something more special, so I dug deeper. Special? Yes. He wants something that will reflect his affection for you, because the two of you are my role models in both love and relationships. I asked my girlfriend for something a little more than jasmine candles. Don't tell me you asked for a love aroma or love potion. It was a joke, he said as he waved his hands in the air. I didn't mean it seriously, but my girlfriend, Jessica, made the candles. But it was strange. She had an odd look on her face when she gave them to me. It was like looking at someone I didn't even know. I love Jessica, or I thought I did. But I didn't know the person who made those special candles, and I was a bit confused by the whole thing. I called Bertram, and he was excited about the candles and asked me to drop them off at the villa. But when I got there, he wasn't home. That was this morning? Yes, before coming here, I left the box with the candles by the front door. Bertram had told Jasmine he'd be home today, at least until early afternoon when he might have some errands to run in the city. However, even if he didn't tell her, she would feel it if he left. Their villa was at the far end of the vineyard. It was a 15-minute walk between Vines and Soul and their place, too far for her to feel anyone else's presence. But she could feel Bertram's emotion even a kilometer away. Why didn't she feel it when he left this morning? She switched on her witch scan and searched. Nothing. She couldn't feel a thing from Bertram. Are you okay, Jasmine? Huh? You froze for a few seconds. He looked at the plant and gasped. Oh, what? I swear that sunflower has grown an inch since I've been standing here. Yes, and it will shoot up like giant carnivore and eat you alive if you stay here any longer. He shook his head. Okay, I'll take the menu to the chef now, but not because I'm scared of that plant. Someone needs to manage the lunch rush, and you look like you need to go home. She nodded. Yes, sorry, I'm a little tired. Thank you for doing this. No worries. He smiled at her and exited the office. Jasmine turned toward the sunflower. She didn't need to examine it because she knew Peter was correct. Although she didn't detect anything supernatural, she knew this sunflower was somehow different. She pulled a small velvet box out of her jacket pocket. Inside it was her present for Bertram, which about an hour ago she was sure he would love. But now she had the feeling she had made a rushed decision. Her cell phone buzzed. When Jasmine picked it up, she saw a message from Beatrice. Just got home. We'll come right over. She replied, telling Beatrice to wait for her at home and not go to Vines and Soul. Beatrice and her partner, Lucian, had just moved into the property next to Jasmine's villa. She needed Beatrice to stay there. She wouldn't call Bertram now as she wasn't sure where he was or what he was dealing with. A poorly timed call might trigger a disaster. Jasmine hurried home. The 15-minute walk seemed to take an eternity. In a short while, she stood in front of her villa. The protective spell she had cast on her house was intact. Nothing was out of order, but she was sure Bertram was not inside. The box of candles sat on the doormat. She opened the box. She'd worked for the supernatural law enforcement for a long time. She'd seen many supernatural practices, but she had never seen anything like what was inside that box. Chapter 4A. Bertram stepped back from the basket that contained a man's head. He scanned the flower shop quickly to be sure Emma wasn't inside. her body resting in a dark corner somewhere. He hoped the scattered blood wasn't hers and that she was alive. He understood this was the year 2999. Not only did he not belong to this time, but he didn't know how things worked here. He couldn't simply send a blood sample to the lab or call his police detective friends to file a missing person case. Bertram walked the few steps to the back door and looked outside. A small area was enclosed by a 16-foot-tall fence. Jumping the fence wasn't an option for an average human. The small gate at the far corner was latched and held shut by a rusty lock that looked like it hadn't been used in a very long time. That meant the shop's front door was the only way to enter and exit. He went back inside and mentally retraced his movements. It was 10 minutes maximum from the time he'd left the shop and walked toward his car. Committing a murder by decapitation, trashing the store as if searching for something, and kidnapping Emma, even if those things had been done by a supernatural, it had to be a professional. Bertram rushed around the counter. The computer screen wasn't lit up, but it didn't appear to be broken. Trying his luck, he traced his finger across the bottom of the screen as he had seen Emma do earlier. He felt a small button. When he pressed it, the screen flashed back on. There was nothing on the screen except the shop's new scanner. He scanned and saved the data quickly, then hit eject. A small square disc popped out. He grabbed it and slid it into his pocket. A shadow walked past the door scanner and the computer screen flashed text. Ivan Ecker, Amarok Commander, Hybrid Human. Bertram looked up at a man who towered over him. Stepping back from the computer, he pointed to the basket containing the man's head. I had nothing to do with that. I'm just a customer picking up flowers for my wife. Bertram raised the bouquet of flowers he still held in his hand. Ivan said nothing. He walked over to the basket and peered inside. Then he pulled a small device from his pocket and pointed it at Bertram. Bertram didn't have time to dodge, and some kind of laser beam made contact with his shoulder. Human weapons wouldn't do him much damage while he was in his angel make. Ivan glanced at his device and a half smile crossed his face. So you're an angel, huh? Interesting. I know you didn't kill this man. The killer's signature isn't Bertram Hayes. The murderer left a signature? Ivan arched his eyebrow. In most scenarios, if a mercenary doesn't sign off on his completed job, he doesn't get paid. So it was a professional hit from a supernatural mercenary? Ivan shrugged and turned as if to leave the shop. Hey, said Bertram. What about the shop owner? She's missing. Ivan stopped, frowning. You're not from here, so I don't owe you any explanation. This shop isn't under our protection and Emma O'Neill isn't our client. If she is indeed missing, it's not our business to investigate. So whose business is it then? I know there's no central authority here, but please, I'm asking for help. Ivan's frown deepened. One search, then you'll have to get out of my hair. He pulled out a device, entered a command, and scrolled. Interesting. Emma wasn't subscribed to any security services. And, Ivan looked down at Bertram, that means there is nothing anyone can do for her, Angel. Maybe you angels do things for free, but security groups on Earth work for a living. Our paying clients take priority. Are there others like me here that I can talk to? You mean angels? Yes. Ivan shrugged. You're the first I've met face to face. He turned away. Then who can I ask for help? Call your fellow angels. As Ivan approached the door, a woman walked in. She was the most formidable woman Bertram had ever seen. Not taller than him, not physically large, but her gait, her demeanor, and the aura surrounding her suggested she could cause him significant damage if he wasn't careful. Bertram glanced at the computer screen behind the counter. Alina McCabe, Amarok leader, mage. No wonder, he thought. Ivan ushered Alina away from the basket. Alina, it's not him. I can handle this. You shouldn't have come. Alina looked at Ivan but said nothing. He stepped aside and let her approach the basket. After glancing inside, she turned to Bertram. Ivan lowered his voice. He's an angel. He's only here to pick up some flowers. He has nothing to do with this. Understood, Alina muttered, then headed toward the door. Ms. McCabe, my name is Bertram Hayes. I'm not just an angel, I'm an artificial angel. I have connections in both the magical and the human worlds. She stopped and turned to look at him. And how is that information relevant to us? That head is missing a body. I used to be a detective. I can help you find it. She smiled. The body was picked up by a waste collector, and the processor triggered an alert in our system. I appreciate your helpful intentions, but we know where the body is, and this person, as a whole, has nothing to do with us. She turned toward Ivan. The waste collectors are about 5 blocks up the road. If you hurry, you can get the head to them. Leaving it here will stink up the place. Ivan nodded and moved toward the basket. Bertram stepped in front of him, blocking his way. It's evidence, and I'm a witness. You can't dump this. Alina turned and looked at Bertram. He could tell she was intrigued by his interaction. Exactly what do you want, Bertram? You came here because you thought the head in the basket belonged to someone else. I got these flowers from Emma, the lovely shop owner, only 10 minutes ago. She was fine then, but now she's missing. Based on her physical appearance and my personal observation, there's no way she could have caused any bodily harm to the owner of that head. It seems logical that the person you came here looking is the one who killed this man, put his head in the basket, and possibly kidnapped Emma. You're protecting him. That's why you want Ivan to destroy evidence by dumping the head. Alina's eyes darkened. Elvin is the gentlest soul you'd ever meet. He retired from Amarak, but it's our policy to take care of our people for their lifetime. We know Elvin hangs out here a lot. We received an alert that he's been harmed, and that's why we're here. There isn't a signature on the head. But if Elvin did kill the mercenary, it was to protect Emma. But that doesn't mean Elvin is okay. Both Emma and Elvin are missing. Whoever caused it for arranged this is supernatural and professional? Alina's eyebrow arched. How do you know that? Let's go, Alina. We can talk at our base. This is Ethesis's territory. I'm not scared of Ethesius. I'm not saying you are. But people talk. Bertram approached. If you don't care about Emma, at least have a quick look at the blood to see whose it is. I believe you have the technology to do that. The blood might be from your guy. The blood comes from the savaged head, Ivan growled. You don't know that for sure. Alina rolled her eyes, pulled out a small device, and focused a beam on the bloodstain. She looked at the screen of the device, then up at Bertram. The blood belongs to Emma O'Neill. Bertram paced the floor. Who is she to you? She sold me these flowers. Well, not exactly. I didn't have the credits, so she gave them to me. Alina shook her head. So you don't even know each other? I understand your world doesn't work the way mine does. But this woman needs help. If you can't help, at least recommend someone who can. I'll owe you one. If you need anything that I can help with, I'll do it for you. Emma is no ordinary florist. She creates flowers like the ones I have here. She can tell your story through flowers. She's extremely talented. Alina pointed at the flowers in Bertram's hand. Those are strange. Beautiful, though. But Bertram, it doesn't matter whether I want to help you or not. We don't have a controlling body that governs things here. That means we are responsible for everything we do. I must have a good reason to enter into business with anyone, and that includes taking on new clients, no matter how small the business is. The transaction goes into the central network so that if anything happens as a result, there will be a clear explanation for it. Simply speaking, someone must pay in order for Emma's case to be looked at. She shrugged. Sadly, yes. What if I give the flowers to you as a token of my promise for full cooperation and assistance if you need me in the future? I don't have credits, but these flowers have to be worth something. A small smile curved Alina's lips. I can take a look at our alliance network and see what we can do. We don't know Emma's in-depth profile yet, but that's a start, and I'll take the flowers. Sure. Bertram handed the flowers to Alina before she could change her mind. We have an agreement. Alina! Ivan's hands waved in the air. Ethesius might be approaching her. They might think we're stealing clients. Alina punched a code and some information into the database on her device. The current information suggests that she isn't their client. There are more than 2 security groups in this dome. If a client is approached, it doesn't have to be us. But most importantly, Emma is now our client. I have accepted payment. Alina waved the flowers at Ivan. The flowers withered in Alina's hand. Startled, she tossed the bouquet into the air. Bertram caught it, and the flowers returned to life. Magic? Alina's eyes darkened. She didn't declare magical skills and connection in her profile. I can explain. You'd better. Ivan grabbed Bertram and shoved him against the wall. Bertram swiveled, angled, and tipped Ivan over his hip, using his favorite Aikido move. Surging up to his feet, Ivan charged at Bertram. He shoved Bertram hard, and they both crashed into the door, went through its glass panel, and rolled onto the sidewalk outside the shop. Bertram stood up. Pedestrians stopped and started to approach to check on him. He didn't see Ivan. "It's okay, I'm okay. Thank you." He looked at the broken glass door of the flower shop and saw no one inside. On the street, a bus drove past as if in slow motion. On the side of the bus was a gigantic picture advertising tickets for the band Pinky Figurers in February 2022. This was his world. He was no longer in 2999. Bertram walked toward the shop and pushed open the door. When he stepped inside, he saw Alina looking at him in astonishment. Ivan stormed in through the door. "You coward, you used your angel's magic tricks to vanish in front of me, and now you dare to come back in here? Stop it, Ivan, stay right there." Alina looked Bertram up and down. "Do you think when you and I step outside that door, we will be in different worlds?" He nodded. Chapter 5. "Bertram, where are you?" Jasmine said to herself. She walked back and forth in front of her villa. The late morning sun weaved its way through the vines, wrapping around the wooden frame on the roof of the pergola, brushing across the stone pavement and stopping just shy of the doormat where the box of candles sat. She didn't need to go inside as she knew Bertram wasn't home. The box taunted her. The candles looked ordinary in and of themselves, but she could see magic had been cast on them. The evilest kind of dark magic that would be released when the candles were burned. Who was the target? What exactly would the magic do? Why here? And why now? And why had she lost connection with Bertram? She shoved her hand into her jacket pocket and felt the little box that held the gift for Bertram for their wedding anniversary. Could this be the reason for what was happening now? But this deed wouldn't be exercised for another 2 weeks, and she hadn't told anyone, including her best friends, about it. She whirled around when she sensed a presence behind her. In the spotty shade of the sunlight, a woman stood, smiling at her. The woman looked oddly familiar. Although the woman's presence was real, Jasmine knew she didn't belong to this time and this space. "Hello, JK." Very few people in the entire supernatural world knew her by this name, and those who knew would be at the top of their power and connection. If they weren't her friends, they would be her most dangerous enemies. "Who are you and what do you want?" "I'm just a messenger, but you look as if you're about to kill me." "It depends on whether you're on my side or not." The woman chuckled. "You've learned fast. Being part of such a powerful group amplifies the effect of whatever happens to you to many other people, creatures, and worlds. Then I hope you'll understand if I need to end your existence because of the knowledge you possess. I come here in peace." "That's a good start. I'm here to pass on a prophecy to you. As I said, I'm just a messenger. It's not my prophecy." "And what does it say?" "So you're accepting the message?" "You can verbalize it, but I'm not signing anything." The woman nodded. "That's good enough." She opened her palm, and a glowing bubble appeared and hovered. "I'm delivering this message to JK, head of the supernatural law enforcement. She has agreed to receive it." Then she turned toward Jasmine. "JK, I have a prophecy to deliver to you. It says if you give in to beauty, you'll bring darkness to humankind. That is the end of the message. Signing out." The glowing bubble disappeared. Could you be more cryptic? Asked Jasmine. That's the exact message. Nothing more and nothing less. Do you expect me to take this message seriously when I don't know who you are or whose message you're delivering? All I can tell you is that they're on your side. Does they mean the entire dark magic coven located outside the radar of the supernatural law? The woman smiled. They don't operate outside the supernatural law. They're above it. I don't work for them directly, but I wouldn't want to go against them either. Whatever they want you to know, you will. Whatever they don't want you to know, you have zero chance of finding out. Jasmine felt that a blast of dark magic was about to blow in her direction. In anticipation, she raised her arms, drew the air around her into a large ball, and threw it at the woman. The airball clashed with the force from the woman in the middle of the front yard. Thousands of pieces of ice fell to the ground and melted. Jasmine wasn't pushed back even an inch from the force. The woman stood her ground as well. The woman smiled. "Excellent, JK. My associates spoke highly of you. I believe them now. Not because of the miniature ball you just threw, but because you're a true conduit. Your energy is dynamic. That's a rare skill. I can see a benefit to our collaboration. I'm Zara, and I live in the Crossworld Zone. I don't have an affiliation with any authority in any world, but I have done work for many powerful individuals." Jasmine now realized why the woman looked familiar. "I guess your crossworld creature form wouldn't be easy on human eyes," she said. "That's why you borrowed a human image to simulate your current form. That approach could work, but I'd suggest using a living human you might find on the street. Presenting yourself as a walking, talking Mona Lisa is a very bad idea." She laughed. "But if you are what you say you are, then give me your opinion about what's inside that box." Jasmine pointed at the carton of candles. Zara glanced at the box. "Amateur. Please explain." "The magic itself is real, strong and dark, but the practice involved in creating it is poor. Even if the magic is triggered, it'll have a very mild effect." "Am I the target?" "I can't see the target." Jasmine nodded. The magical practice was poor, but the attempt to attack was real. "How do you think we can work together? I don't know if I can do anything that would be of help to you. As you can see, we seem to be under attack from an unknown source. If you stay here and do what you always do, there's not much benefit to me from our collaboration. But if you branch out to the multiverse and reconnect with your family, at that point, I could benefit." Jasmine smiled at the creature. "You guys won't take anyone on a recommendation. You know that, right?" "Of course. I have no intention of migrating to that universe. I can't think of anything worse than being governed by virtue. But it doesn't matter how virtuous Udays is. Sometimes they need something to be done without getting their hands dirty. And I'm happy to help out." Zara opened her palm. A golden token appeared, glowing and hovering in the air. "Here is a token of my appreciation for our possible future collaboration." She brought the token over to Jasmine. Max, a husky puppy, and Coco, a chartreux cat, stormed out from the shrubbery that divided her property from the next-door neighbors. Max bared his teeth and growled, and Coco hissed loudly. Max and Coco were Beatrice's pets, not hers, but they spent most of the time at Jasmine's place, or more accurately, in her kitchen. Beatrice trained them with supernatural witching skills, and Jasmine taught them food appreciation. Max and Coco were super protective of their owners. They were sensitive to supernatural creatures and could discern between good and evil. If they disapproved, they would typically charge at the creature. But why were they running towards Zara now? Zara staggered a few steps back with the sudden appearance of the pets, but she held the golden token firm in her hand. A chill ran up Jasmine's spine. She turned around and saw that behind her, gigantic hands formed of golden dust hovered above the villa. The hands reached down toward her. If they were solid in form and grabbed her, they could tear her apart like a rag doll. Chapter 6. Bertram saw the growing concern in Alina's eyes. During his brief encounter with the world of future Earth, he had been told several times that people here minded their own business. But the fact that Alina let Amarak take care of its people for their lifetime suggested that she was more compassionate than the average person of this time. And at the moment, her concerns seemed to extend beyond Amarak or Elvin's well-being. Bertram looked at the shop's door and mentally retraced the drive from his home to the city, where he parked his car and the route he walked to the shop. Nothing was unusual. Then he mentally reviewed the fight with Ivan, from inside the shop to outside. He looked at Alina. It seems that this shop is located in the middle of a portal. Outside that door, we live in our worlds and our times. But in here, we share a space. Inside this shop, we can interact even though we come from different times. Alina nodded. That opens us up for a potential security breach. If creatures in the Crossworld figure out this loophole and attack, it will be a disaster. I don't know what will happen in your world, but in my world, if our clients are attacked, we don't let the attackers leave the dome unscathed. We have checkpoints at all exits. They are allowed to enter. But if they harm our people, they will not get out alive, and they know it. But now, if we chase them, our adversaries can simply hop over to your world. They can just come in, do what they want, then escape. Bertram shook his head. I believe someone or something out there is looking for this gateway. Emma invented a program that allows data transmission between worlds and times. Her invention led me here to this flower shop. If they capture Emma, they'll use her to figure out a way to travel between worlds. Alina shook her head. They may have already captured her. We don't know that, Ivan chimed in. Elvin might be protecting her. They're quite close. Bertram nodded. He's right, Alina. Alina scanned the floor. She walked around, scrutinizing the room. We can't let anyone in the Crossworld know about this place, and that means no one apart from the three of us can know about this gateway. Agreed, said Bertram, but we need to find Emma first. Alina stopped pacing and looked at him. You and Ivan crashed through the door at the same time, but as soon as you were both outside, I could see only Ivan. She approached the door and was about to walk out. Ivan tugged at her elbow. Don't, Alina. You don't know what will happen if you enter his world. But we came in through that door. We'll have to go out eventually. Bertram shook his head. I don't think we can cross time merely by going through the door. Alina started pacing again. What if Elvin and Emma ran through the door and into your world? What if it's possible? And that's where they are now. In that case, I shouldn't waste my time and resources searching for them in my world, should I? If they are like you, Alina, they can't just run into my world. I don't know Elvin, but when I met Emma, she appeared to be a normal human. She's aware of the supernaturals, but she doesn't seem to have a connection with them. So, in theory, I don't think either of them could cross to my time by running out that door. Ivan scratched his head. What if someone pulled them into the other world? Do you think that's possible? But you and Bertram were scuffling when you went through the door, and both of you didn't cross worlds. Bertram shook his head. I think we lost our grip on each other when we struck the door. Alina stared at him. You're saying it would have been different if you were in contact when you passed through the door. Alina grabbed Bertram's hand and pulled him toward the door. Bertram resisted and pulled his hand from Alina's. I won't risk getting stuck in your world, Alina. My life is here. Understood. Sorry, that was hasty. I can't get stuck in your world either. And we don't know which way it would go, whether I'd end up in your world or the other way around. But it's a real possibility that Emma and Elvin could have been pulled over to your time. Agreed. How about I send out a search within my network? You do the same with yours, Bertram. Then we'll meet again in this shop to decide the next steps. Bertram reached his hand out for a handshake. Agreed, I'll be here tomorrow, same time. After Alina left, Bertram did a final search to ensure he hadn't missed any critical information before exiting the shop. If this had happened in the old days when he worked as a human police detective, he would have called it in and had the place sealed up. But for now, Bertram had to leave the shop as it was. Melbourne City was the same. If he was in a good mood, it was vibrant. If his mood was negative, then it seemed crowded and noisy. Bertram exited the long, narrow road into the open area of Federation Square, one of the more popular places in the city. A crowd surrounded a popular guitarist, busking at a corner of the square. Another group of pedestrians gathered to watch a breakdance performance in the street. Across the busy intersection was the iconic Flinders Street station. Life went on as usual. It was as if the entire world hadn't experienced a viral pandemic not long ago. People in Melbourne didn't seem to remember they lived in the most locked-down city in the world and had been homebound for almost 2 years throughout the pandemic. This was definitely his world, not Emma's or Alina's. His world was the same. But after the encounter at the flower shop, Bertram was more aware of his surroundings. He appreciated every detail he could experience in the here and now. Before he reached the car park, he thought he caught a glimpse of Emma, standing at the far corner of the Federation Square. He blinked, and she was no longer there. Bertram put the bouquet of flowers in the car, then returned to Federation Square. Vision was the first ability the angels gave him when he first agreed to work with them. When he switched to angel vision, he could see the presence of different creatures, but his eyes would turn white, and it would scare the children playing in the square. He put his sunglasses on. He had to try it before driving back to Gisborne. He hadn't done this before, so standing in an open space was a precaution he took in case his body overreacted and his metal wings spontaneously spread. He concentrated, then switched. He requested to see supernatural creatures only. In front of him, humans faded into gray images. And he got what he wished for. Federation Square was full of them. Supernatural creatures of all shapes and sizes walked among the humans. Bertram saw their true forms. Some were reptilian, some were quite monstrous, and others looked mammalian. They all sported a human-friendly outer layer. It was that outer layer that humans saw. He was amused rather than alarmed, as all these creatures appeared harmless. It was as if they just wanted to live in peace alongside humans. Even one of the street performers was a space rabbit. Bertram shook his head. It was time to return to his human vision. Before he did so, however, he saw a familiar neon green jacket at the far end of the square. This man had walked past Bertram when he exited the flower shop the first time. The underlying form of the man was a giant lizard. Bertram zoomed in on the man and saw bloodstains on his boots. The ultra-sensitive senses that were part and parcel of the angel vision told him that it could be the same blood as that in the flower shop. The man seemed alerted by Bertram's concentrated vision, and he vanished in the blink of an eye. It was a costly mistake caused by Bertram's inexperience. Bertram realized he would have to stay in the city a bit longer to trace this lead. Jasmine would have figured out by now that he had left the vineyard. He switched back to his human vision to call her. Jasmine's phone rang. He didn't expect that she would pick up on the first ring because he knew it was the lunch rush at Vines and Soul. He didn't really expect her to answer at all. "Jasmine," he began when a connection was made. All he heard was static and then the loud boom of an explosion. Chapter 7. Alina marched into the private training room in the basement of the small apartment. She took her coat off and dropped it on the long bench next to the door. Lassie, her gray cat, jumped out from underneath the bench. "Meow!" "Don't hiss at me. This isn't your cot, it's a martial arts training room. Are you looking for some serious martial arts training?" Lassie tucked her fangs away, stopped hissing, and sauntered outside the room. Alina shook her head at the cat, then unbuckled her belt where she kept her daggers and a few sharp-bladed items. But she felt like bullets. The incident that morning had left her unsettled. She was relieved that Elvin hadn't been killed in the flower shop. It didn't mean he was alive. But as long as there was no body, she could hope for the best. Elvin had been one of Amarak's best agents. He'd given her one of her few first martial arts lessons when she was barely taller than a toddler. He was past his prime by the time she climbed the ranks at Amarok, but she'd always regarded him as a legend. She headed to the shooting room and punched a button on the wall. 2 monster-shaped targets zoomed away from the bay to the farthest position the room's size afforded. She pulled out 2 guns and fired at the targets simultaneously. The computer made a gentle humming noise as it calculated her scores. She knew her score wasn't 100%. Her weak left shoulder was still problematic. She should have rested it a few more days. But she was agitated, unsettled, and she felt a need to beat something up. Suddenly, warm arms wrapped around her shoulders from behind, and her agitation vanished. She felt the familiar texture of the skin on the hands. She inhaled the exotic, sensual scent of the breath that warmed the nape of her neck. She cried out as a burst of sensational excitement washed over her mind, and she moaned in pleasure as her clothes fell from her body. Ecstasy in the middle of the day, courtesy of the love of her life. As her body hummed with raw energy, the hardened warrior mage felt the tender embrace of her husband envelop her from behind. His strong hands caressed her shoulders, and she recognized the familiar texture of his skin against her own. She inhaled deeply, taking in the exotic and sensual scent of his breath that warmed the nape of her neck. A rush of excitement coursed through her, and she cried out in pleasure as her clothes seemed to fall away on their own, leaving her exposed and vulnerable to his touch. His lips grazed her earlobe, sending shivers down her spine and igniting a fire within her. He whispered sweet nothings into her ear, his voice low and husky as his hands traveled down her body, tracing the curves of her waist and hips. She could feel his arousal pressing against her back, his hard length straining against the fabric of his pants. But he held back, teasing her with slow, deliberate movements that left her aching for more. As he continued to explore her body, his fingers found the swell of her breast, and he gently massaged the soft flesh, eliciting a moan of pleasure from her lips. She arched her back, pressing herself against him, desperate for more contact. He obliged, cupping her breast in his hand and gently squeezing, sending waves of pleasure coursing through her body. His other hand traveled lower, tracing the contours of her abdomen before dipping lower still. She gasped as his fingers brushed against her most sensitive area, her body responding instinctively to his touch. He teased her with slow, deliberate strokes, building the tension within her until she thought she would explode. Finally, he could hold back no longer. With a low growl, he spun her around to face him, his eyes blazing with desire. He pulled her close, crushing his lips against hers in a passionate kiss. His tongue explored her mouth, tasting every inch of her. She moaned into his mouth, her hands roaming over his chest and shoulders, feeling the powerful muscles beneath his skin. He laid her down gently, his body covering hers as he began to explore every inch of her skin with his lips and hands. She writhed beneath him, her body responding to his touch with an intensity she had never before experienced. As he finally entered her, she cried out in pleasure, her body yielding to his as they moved together in perfect rhythm. He was slow and deliberate at first, savoring every moment of their connection. But as their passion built, he quickened his pace, driving deeper and harder into her. She met him thrust for thrust, her body matching his in intensity and fervor. Together, they reached new heights of pleasure, their bodies entwined in a dance as old as time itself. As they finally reached their peak, they cried out together, their voices mingling in the air as they collapsed into each other's arms, spent and satisfied. A while later, lying on the floor, she turned and nuzzled into the chest of the man who lay behind her. "You're a day early, Caedmon." He gave her a swoon-worthy smile, a LeBlanc trademark. Before he could say anything, she covered his mouth with hers. Their relationship had always been equal, in business dealings, partnership, and lovemaking. Whatever pleasure she received, she gave back double for good measure. She straddled him, grabbed a fistful of his thick, dark hair, and looked into his soft gray eyes. She loved those sinfully beautiful eyes, full of life, love, and passion, and very soon they would be filled with lust as she was driving him toward the sharp edge of pleasure. Her eyes roamed over his exquisite form. His body was the epitome of male perfection, standing tall at over 6 feet 3 inches, with toned, elegantly defined muscles that rippled beneath his skin. She ran her hands over his sculpted chest, feeling the rapid beating of his heart beneath her fingertips. He gasped as she traced her fingers down his abs. As she continued to explore his body with her hands, his breathing became heavier, his muscles tensing with anticipation. She leaned down to kiss him, her tongue teasing his lips before delving deeper. He moaned into her mouth, his hands grasping her hips. The heat built between them, again. She ground her hips against him, eliciting a low growl from deep within his chest. He was on the edge, teetering on the brink of release. Then, in those eyes, she saw physical pain. He could hide it from everyone but not her. Not because she was his wife, but because detecting physical pain was one of the unique abilities she had as a mage. It had led her to countless victories in combat. She stopped and hopped off his body. "You're in pain. Why?" He let out a moan of disappointment. "It's nothing." He rolled over, lay on his side, and looked her in the eyes. "We ran an experimental activity in Eudize," he elaborated. "Yes, I was injured, but it's almost healed." "Ace!" She gently jabbed her finger at his perfect muscular abdomen. "There's an unhealed internal wound right here." He rolled his eyes, turned, and lay on his stomach so he didn't have to look at her. He knew when she called him Ace, an argument was forthcoming. "All right, whether you choose to be a Eudazian commander or remain a dynamic shapeshifter, you can heal very quickly. What could possibly hurt you so badly that you'd come all the way here from Eudaz, yet the internal wound in your abdomen didn't heal?" "I told you, it's experimental, and it's Eudaz's top secret. I promise to tell you everything when we're finished with it." She nodded. When he played Eudaz's top secret card, there was nothing she could do to get the information out of him. "I'll hold you to that. Never break a promise with me." Then she asked, "Do you want me to help heal the wound?" "Thanks, but no, Alina, it's part of the experiment." She stood and dressed. "You're mad," he said. "I'm not mad," said Alina. "I'm bothered, and it's not because of you." "What happened at Amarok?" "It's Elvin. You don't know him. He retired years ago. He's gone missing, along with a florist in a shop near New Australia. They left a dead human mercenary behind. None of that should surprise you." "No, but I think I experienced a gateway from this time to a time in 2022. When I entered the shop, I met a man from that time. But when we exited the shop, he returned to his time, and I returned to mine. I'm not sure if it's a portal or a magic trick," Alina said. "But I'm glad you came home early. What do you think, Caedmon?" She looked at him and saw that his soft gray eyes had darkened several shades. "You made the right decision to refrain from searching for information in the database. A search like that would trigger unwanted alerts. What you describe sounds like a portal or some kind of loophole, but given its position, it isn't natural, and that's concerning." "That's what I thought. You think someone created it?" He shook his head. "I'm not sure yet. I need to take a closer look." "Then let's go." She grabbed her coat at the door. "And you might want to put some clothes on. I don't want to have competition from other females with you going out looking like that." He chuckled. "Since when do you need to worry about other women?" "Since the day I met you." And then he was too quiet for her liking. She turned around and saw that Caedmon had staggered several steps back into the middle of the room. His skin was turning blue, and he clutched his abdomen. As she approached, his knees buckled. She grabbed his shoulders. His skin was scaly and reptilian, then furry, then feathered, and then back to normal human skin, although very pale. His eyes reddened as he tried to control the adrenaline forcing him to shapeshift. She had seen him like this before, but not with the pain. He didn't want to shapeshift. He hated losing control of his body and mind. The first time his adrenaline spiked out of control and he was forced to shift, he'd almost terminated himself when Alina wasn't fast enough to stop him. She removed the holster containing her weapons and threw it to the far end of the room. He'd had no pain the last time, but this time, the pain seemed like it was going to kill him. She didn't know what was going on, but she knew one thing. If he let himself shift, the pain would go away. She could feel his internal bleeding, like thousands of knives inside him, shredding him to pieces. "Please tell me what to do, Codman. I'll do anything, but I can't stand to see you like this." "I'll survive. For us, I'll live. But if I can't get past this, let me die. Don't change me. I won't forgive you this time." Then he passed out and fell to the floor. Chapter 8. "Calm down. There are no casualties, Bertram. At least not human ones." "So there are casualties?" Jasmine winced at Bertram's tone on the phone. He disliked violence, and he loved the villa. It was her house, but since they'd gotten married and now shared it, he had grown to love it more than she did. For him, that made the villa the first regrettable casualty from the explosion. The second casualty was Bertram's workstation. The explosion destroyed half the villa, and his office was located in the unfortunate wing. Considering the severity of the damage, Jasmine didn't think his computer could have survived. "I'm sorry," said Beatrice, her best friend. They had been rushing along a narrow path within the vineyard, heading back to Vines and Soul. Jasmine didn't know how Beatrice managed it, but even after running from her place to the villa, jumping over a fence, and throwing a witch fireball at the black magic hands that appeared over the house, Beatrice still looked as stunning as a model, not a single hair out of place. Jasmine brushed a lock of her brunette hair from her forehead. "Don't apologize, Beatrice. You saved me." "Why is Beatrice with you?" asked Bertram. "You said there were no human casualties, but are the pets okay?" In the short time he'd been staying in this small town, Bertram's love for the pets in Beatrice's supernatural pet school had grown. "Max and Coco are fine, Bertram. They're right in front of us, and they alerted Beatrice to the black magic attack. And before you ask, yes, we're rushing toward Vines and Soul now. The police will have heard the explosion. They'll want to talk to us, and I prefer to do that at Vines and Soul rather than at our place." Beatrice gestured that she was on the phone. Jasmine nodded. "Beatrice is calling the police so they won't go to the villa. But I need her to look at something in the office for me. We'll be heading there." "What about the crossworld creature? Are you sure she has nothing to do with this?" "She's gone now. I was dealing with her when the dark magic appeared. It's not that I didn't see the magic looming. I just didn't want to turn my back on the creature." That's when Beatrice jumped over the fence and threw the fireball. I don't think the fireball had a serious effect on the one conjuring the magic, but it certainly stopped the attempt. The creature was surprised. I could tell it was genuine. "Were you the target?" "I'm not sure, but I don't think so. Are you driving, Bertram?" "Yes, I'm coming home. I can't leave you by yourself with that mess," he said. "But talking and driving at the same time was what I did every day on the job, remember?" "I wish you'd told me before you left this morning. And on that note, did you ask Peter for some aromatic candles?" "Spoil sport." "Excuse me?" "Sorry, not you, Jasmine, but Peter spilled the beans." "Not voluntarily. But you asked him to bring the gift to you, and then you left home without warning. He was worried." "About what?" Jasmine arrived at Vines and Soul, and Beatrice approached. "I told the police it was a gas explosion, and everything is under control," she said. "They won't come knocking on your door. What did you want me to look at here?" "Thanks, Beatrice. In my office on the windowsill. Tell me what you think." Beatrice nodded and entered her office at the back of the restaurant. Jasmine looked around to be sure no staff member was within earshot. "Now this is a spoil sport for you, Bertram. I know you wanted to give me a surprise for our anniversary. Peter thought you wanted something more than just candles, so he asked his girlfriend to make you something special. I don't think he knows just how special the candles are. They're coated in black magic." If he didn't know the candles were magic, why was he worried? He told me that when his girlfriend gave them to him, she looked different. Strange. Have you met Peter's girlfriend? Once, very briefly, and I did a quick scan. She's a normal human. Even if she practices dark magic, she isn't supernatural. Do you think you're the target because the candles are a gift for you? I don't think so. The amateur magic in them couldn't have done us any harm. I don't think that's our priority. Beatrice came out of her office. Nothing there for me to see, Jasmine. Nothing, like it's normal. Nothing on your windowsill, apart from the window itself. What did you want Beatrice to see, Jasmine? Give me a second, Bertram, she said, and rushed into her office. The flower that had been growing on her windowsill this morning was gone without a trace. Had she imagined it? Her mind sometimes played tricks on her. A few months ago, it sent her all the way to Paris without her even knowing it. Jasmine, I think I was confused. She looked at Beatrice. Maybe there was nothing there. Sorry, Beatrice. But Peter saw the flower too. Wait, Beatrice, don't leave yet. Let me grab Peter. Jasmine turned on her heel and headed toward the vineyard's cooler room, where she guessed Peter would be at this moment. Coco, the cat, and Max, the husky puppy, ran zigzags in front of her. When Jasmine stopped, so did Coco and Max. They were trying to prevent her from going where she wanted to go. Are you okay, Jasmine? Asked Bertram. Why did you ask Peter to deliver the candles to the villa? She asked. And why did you leave without leaving him a note? I didn't tell him to deliver the candles. I said I'd pick them up at his place. Max barked to get her attention. When Jasmine looked in his direction, the puppy rushed toward a small shrub at the side of the path and started to dig. Coco stood next to him, cheering him on by wagging her tail left and right. Coco didn't like to get her paws dirty, but she wanted Jasmine's attention and pulled at the hem of Jasmine's jeans. All right, Coco, she said. The pets want me to look at something, Bertram. You said you didn't ask Peter to deliver the candles. I was on the phone with him, and I did say I wanted the candles. But then I got a message that the gift I ordered for you in the city was ready to be picked up. Now that I think about it, my conversation with Peter might have been cut off. He might not have heard the part when I said not to worry about the delivery. Fair enough. What have you got for me, Max? She approached to see what the puppy had dug up. What did you order for me in the city, Bertram? I know you wanted to surprise me, but given what's happening right now, I don't think we have that luxury. Flowers. I know there's nothing new and exciting about flowers, but this was special. They weren't sunflowers, were they, Bertram? They were. Max just dug up a sunflower, and not just any flower, but the sunflower I saw on my windowsill this morning. She squatted down to take a closer look at it. Although it had been buried under the dirt, the flower was bright and happy and looked very much alive. It's a long story, but I ordered flowers to be made based on my description. The flowers aren't natural. They're supposed to be created by technology. When I went to the city to pick them up, I was surprised to see that they looked exactly like sunflowers. And not only that, the flower shop is in the distant future. Bertram, get away from those flowers, now. But I'm in the middle of an 8-lane highway. Please, get rid of the flowers, Bertram. Do it now before it's too late. Chapter 9. Caedmon opened his eyes. His vision cleared, and his senses were restored. Everything in the room faded into the background. Alina's face was his only focus. It pained him to see the worry he had caused her. She smiled at him. Welcome back. He sat up in bed, pain-free. Before he celebrated a success, he needed to be sure his freedom hadn't come from Alina's assistance. He took a mental inventory and then switched on his Udasian energy to scan his internal system. He turned off the scan. He had reversed perfectly to a Udasian commander with silver blood energy. Are you done scanning, Ace? He raked his hands through his hair. Alina, let's not fight over this. You know it's important to me that I'm 100% Udasian. I respect that, Caedmon, but you could have discussed it with me. What if your attempt had failed? You could have died during the reversal process. And what if you die in Udaz and couldn't make it back here? Did you think of that? Did you think about me at all? I did. I had it all planned out. The success rate was 99%. I wouldn't have done it otherwise. So there was still a 1% chance of risk. Come on, Alina, isn't that good enough? Knowing she had a soft spot for him when he did it, he held her hands in his and looked into her eyes. She smiled. Okay, I forgive you this time, but it won't go without punishment. What's your price? No sex for a week, she said and pulled away from him. I don't deserve that. He scrambled out of bed to follow her. I have the right to negotiate. If you keep talking, I'll make it a month. No, that's brutally unjust. If you won't let me negotiate my way out of this, then I demand a fair fight. A half smile crossed her beautiful face. All right, if you're up for it, how about a spar? Absolutely. 2 out of 3? Deal. She walked out the door and headed toward the training room. He loved her gait. Long, fast, full of confidence and determination. He always let her beat him in sparring, and she knew that. But he might have to use his advantage this time to avoid her unfair punishment. All in the name of love, he thought, as he entered the training room. Lazi, the gray cat, sat on the floor, glaring at Alina. What's the problem? He asked, and squatted down to pet the cat, but it hissed at him and galloped out of the room. Lazy recently decided to turn the bench in this training room into her cot. So whenever I'm in here and my coat disturbs her sleep, she's pissed. But if she wants to stay in my apartment, she'll have to follow my rules. Her cot is upstairs. He shook his head, thinking about the banter Alina had with the cat when he was away. He went to the weapon rack and selected his favorite long staff. Alina did the same. Their staffs were the same size but were made of different materials. He liked flexible metal, and she preferred the hardest steel on the planet. They walked toward the middle of the room to prepare for the spar. In this very room, he had shifted for the first time and nearly killed Alina. The memory of her blood dripping from his fangs was raw. Somehow they had gotten past it. He didn't know why the memory had come back and hit him now. Let it go, Caedmon. You're going through a change now. It will hit again, but just once. He nodded and kept his composure, waiting for his adrenaline to subside and stabilize. What area should I avoid, Caedmon? It didn't surprise him when she asked. As a Udasian commander of his rank, he had silver blood Yudki, the kind of energy that, when switched on, gave him superpower. But that advantage came with a fatal point on his body. If he was attacked there, it would be deadly. The fatal points were different for all commanders. His used to be on his chest, but his change and the experiment on this trip had reprogrammed it and moved its location. Another thing about having the special Yudki was that if it wasn't turned on, he didn't have supernatural power. But the Yudki would heal injury to his body, as long as the injury didn't kill him in the first place. He smiled and tilted his left shoulder to expose the base of his neck, where she could see the faint mark of the point he needed to protect at all costs. Here, he said. Alina nodded. I'll try to avoid that spot. He smiled. I'm not switching my Yudqe on, so you can hit me wherever you like. She chuckled. Then her smile faded. If you made the change, why didn't your internal injury heal? Why were you hurt so badly? Please don't get mad, but I think that was the 1% risk. A part of the challenge was that I had to endure the pain with my natural ability. I wasn't allowed to use my previous commander's talent or my ability as a shapeshifter, but I thought I'd passed. I didn't expect the last round to hit me after I returned. You thought it was a test of physical strength and injury resistance. What else could it be? What did it feel like the last time? There wasn't much pain. It was more like my life force was being pulled from me and I was trying to hold it in. Did you feel something different, Alina? It felt like knives. If that's not what you felt, then I was feeling someone else's pain. I was trying to contain my life force. If someone was bearing the pain for me, they would be on my side and not against me. But what if it wasn't part of the test? Then it's a whole different story. In a nutshell, Udase's adversaries, meaning everyone and everything in the Crossworld, want to know how to kill a Udasian. They want to know our strengths and weaknesses, and they want to know how to control our energy. The best time to know that is when someone goes through the test, from square one. Like you did. And that's why you needed to do this in Udi's, and why you couldn't tell me. Correct. Thank you for understanding. Does this mean you can be a bit more lenient in your punishment? He kissed her cheek. She looked him in the eyes. I think we're in trouble. I think you've been spied on. I have a feeling I've seen this before. Let's go to Amarak headquarters. She headed toward the door, but as soon as she picked up her coat from the bench, a strange blast of frequency hit Caedmon. He staggered. Caedmon! He raised his hands to signal he was okay. Slightly dizzy, but not in pain, he knew now that his ability as a top-ranking Udasian commander had returned 100%. He approached the bench at the door where the signal was the strongest. He ran his hand underneath the bench and pulled out a chip with a blinking red light. Alina drew her gun, intending to destroy the spy chip with one shot. He signaled her to wait. He disabled the device. It didn't explode and no longer seemed operational. Alina holstered her gun. Caedmon placed the chip in his palm. It's a primitive spy chip. It must have blasted a wave at me when I entered to trigger my reaction so it could capture data. What an insult. But nevertheless, it has already transmitted signals. I'll send it to our lab to analyze, but I doubt we can get much from it. Whoever bugged this room anticipated being caught. That's why they used such an archaic chip. It contains no trace back to them. But no one has been in this room except you, me, and the cat. That's why the cat has become suddenly fond of this bench. She likes it because it's warm. And it's happened only since last week. That means the device couldn't have been there before that. Caedmon stood up. You run the top security business in this dome, Alina, and that's our weakness. We might not know our people as well as we thought. This is an inside job. Please stay on the line, Jasmine. Bertram looked at the rearview mirror and knew he couldn't possibly push through 3 lanes of traffic at this speed without causing an accident. He couldn't throw the flowers out of the window either, because they would hit other cars, obscuring their view and causing accidents. He glanced at the passenger's seat. The seemingly innocent bouquet of sunflowers looked up at him. Can you explain why I need to dump the flowers? He asked. What harm can they do? I've experienced this before in the SLE. They're vessels, Bertram. Vessels for what? He watched for a gap in the traffic so he could change lanes. No luck. He turned on his hazard lights to signal the cars behind him that his car might have problems. Cars zoomed past him. Some came close to hitting him. He knew that Jasmine, in her time working for the supernatural law enforcement, had seen many strange things and wouldn't be alarmed over a minor supernatural trick. He'd do his best to follow her advice, but causing a car accident in the middle of a highway was not a viable solution. I saw a vessel that carried a vampire virus and another with the plague. I don't know what this one is carrying, but I know a vessel when I see it. When I saw the flower this morning, I knew it was supernatural, but I didn't know exactly what it was. Now I'm certain. This one is a vessel. How can you be sure? Gut instinct. He didn't need to ask anything else. For as long as he had known her, Jasmine's instincts were always right. I see a break in the traffic. I'll pull over and throw the flowers away. But can you safely find out what the vessel on your end carries? Bertram pulled off the road and into an emergency lane. Because standing on the shoulder of a busy highway wasn't a smart idea, he walked away from the road, down a small hill, and into a grassy area flanking a small creek. Bertram, said Jasmine, I think this vessel holds something digital rather than biological. Data? I'm not sure. If it was biological, it would have a distinctive smell that Coco and Max wouldn't go anywhere near. But they don't seem to mind the flower. So why do you want me to stay away from the flowers you're standing right next to? Because I have immunity to these types of vessels. Got it from the SLE when I started working for them, and it's mine forever, whether I'm with the SLE or not. Her voice faded at the end. But you are working for them, aren't aren't you, Jasmine? As of this morning, I'll tell you about it tonight. He said nothing in response. If she had resigned from the SLE, it was because of him. It couldn't be good news. Bertram. Yes? The vessel on my end definitely contains digital data, some kind of digital transmission. I think I figured out how to show you. I have a lens that lets me see the signal. I'll hold it in front of the phone camera. Hopefully you'll be able to see it. It's a disposable lens, and the last one I have. If it doesn't work, we'll have to work something else out. Thank you, and please be careful. As always, she said. Now, can you see it, Bertram? I see Beatrice's beautiful face. Oops, sorry, let me point the camera at the flower. On Bertram's cell phone screen, the footpath appeared, and then a grassy area, Max's paws, Coco's bushy tail, a pile of soil, and finally, a bright sunflower lying in the dirt, face up. Particles hovered slowly above the flower in a funnel of light. Inside the funnel, the holographic image of a female figure floated. The image turned. That's Emma, said Bertram. Emma. Can she speak? It doesn't seem to be a live image. Who is she? She's the florist in the city, the one I ordered the flowers from, except she lives in 2999. Don't panic, Jasmine, and please keep the camera running. It's a long story, but the immediate problem is that she went missing after I took possession of the flowers and left the shop. There were traces of her blood at the scene, and the shop was trashed. There was also a partial body, a head to be precise. A human head? Yes, but I'm not sure the dead person is a person from the future, like Emma, or a person from our time. I've established that we can interact with people from 2999 inside the shop. But outside the shop, I'm back in my time, and they are back in their time. Oh, she just blinked. I saw that, Bertram. She might be trying to communicate with you. I'll turn around so she can see my screen and you. Hopefully that will help. The camera panned away, showing the vineyard. Bertram looked straight into his phone, knowing Emma might be able to see him, although he couldn't see her now. Jasmine's voice came through, calm and steady as always. Emma, if you can see Bertram's face on the screen, give me a signal. You met him. You can trust him. We want to help. Jasmine, she knows about you. I told her about you when I ordered the flowers. Right. So I'm Jasmine. If you let me know how I can help you, I will. Can you see Bertram? Give me a blink for a yes. All right, she says yes, Bertram. I'll turn the camera around again. The technology in her time is quite advanced. She'll understand. You don't have to explain to her what you're doing. Emma's holographic image appeared again on Bertram's phone. She moved her shoulders, then her arms. Come on, Emma, tell us where you are. Emma pointed to her lips. You want to talk, but how? Bertram knew she could hear him, but he needed to find a way for her to talk to him. He paced back and forth. Her image flickered and started to fade. Oh no! Bertram, don't move around. Try standing in one spot to see if you can get a better signal. He stepped forward, and the signal seemed to get stronger. When he moved a bit backward, the image faded. The difference was the shade. He was moving in and out of the shade of a large tree. Sunflowers liked the sun. Bertram took several steps out of the tree's shade until he was in full sunlight. The holographic image became clearer and more solidified. Emma raised 2 hands, palms out. 2 hands. What does that mean, Emma? A handshake? An agreement? What was the last thing you two discussed, Bertram? She asked if I wanted to return for more flowers. She gave me this bunch for free because I didn't have the right currency. The flowers! She wants you to get the flowers. Of course. That would connect the signals, wouldn't it? He hurried back to his car. The closer he got to the highway, the stronger the signals became. In no time, Emma would be able to tell him where she and Elvin had gone, and their current location. He was near the highway. Once over a small elevation and the grassy area, he would be up on the shoulder of the road. He looked up when he heard skidding and then a crash. He saw his car lifted into the air after being hit by another vehicle. Judging by the sound, he guessed it had been a truck. He looked up and saw the trailer of an airborne semi descending on him. He didn't think he could jump clear of the crash. If the trailer came down on him, he would be squashed like a bug. He heard Jasmine shouting on the phone. There was nothing she could do to help. Was this the end of him? Chapter 11. Emma clutched her stomach. She felt like crying. But losing her composure right now would do nothing to help her and Elvin. She saw Jasmine and she saw Bertram. She wanted to talk to them, but then no words came out of her mouth. Then a large object was in the air, flying toward Bertram. She didn't see any way for Bertram to avoid it, and she was afraid he'd be killed. "Emma, are you okay?" She opened her eyes, blinked, and stared up at Elvin's concerned face. "What happened?" "You passed out." He helped her sit up. She was lying on a soft, grassy area, the rare kind of natural green grass she hadn't seen much of for the entire time she'd owned the flower shop. Natural grass was expensive, so people often opted for artificial turf. However, the grass she was lying on seemed to be real, growing freely in the middle of nowhere. She glanced around. They were surrounded by strange concrete structures. They might be buildings, but the ugly ones found only where no one wanted to live in the dome. There were also structures that looked like roads and bridges, but the material of which they were made was rough, gray, and filthy. Is this a dream? Huh? It felt real. It couldn't be a dream. She shook herself. "Do we have to take you to a medical center?" asked Elvin. "Is your wound bleeding?" She looked down at her abdomen and saw the blood. She wasn't in pain, though. It was old blood. Elvin had secured her wound. "This hardly qualifies as a wound. It's barely a scratch. I must have passed out from the heat." She remembered now. What had happened in the shop wasn't a dream, but the conversation with Bertram and Jasmine was. She stood up. "It's so warm. If I don't clean the shop, the body will stink up the entire dome." "I have no idea where we are. I can't find your store. As for the decomposition, I put the body outside. It would have been picked up by the waste collector by now. The only thing left in the shop is the head. It shouldn't smell too bad." The memories flooded back to Emma, and she felt sick. She had just seen Bertram to the door and returned to work on other customers' orders. A man attacked her out of nowhere. She didn't even hear him come into the shop, and her cheap scanner didn't give an alert. He'd knocked her to the ground in one fell swoop and unsheathed a knife. If Elvin hadn't pulled him off, Emma was sure he would have gutted her. But why? She had no enemies. She had no assets. She had no immediate family. She didn't think she had anything anyone would want to kill her for. After the attack, she was so numb, she didn't know what to do. She let Elvin handle it. The next thing she knew, a man's head rolled on the floor. Elvin had decapitated the attacker. Emma had seen dead bodies before, but she had never witnessed violence at this scale. The air in the shop was filled with the stench of death. The air outside her shop was cheap and not as pure as that in the central area, but it was much better than what was inside the shop. She headed for the door. His blood stained the flowers. "What do you want me to do with this?" She turned around and saw Elvin standing in the middle of the shop holding the basket where she had put the extra sunflowers she'd printed. She liked the flowers and wanted to get to know more about them, so she had printed some to take home with her tonight. In his other hand, Elvin held the head of the man he had just decapitated. For Elvin, it was just another day on the job, one that he had been doing for years in Amarak. She assumed his question referred to the flowers, as he knew what to do with the head. "Leave the basket on the counter. I'll sort the flowers out." As she turned to go back outside, a man approached the shop door. She opened the door and said, "Sorry, sir, but we're closed for the day unless you have an order to pick up." "Emma O'Neill?" "Yes. You have some sunflowers?" She frowned. Before today, she didn't even know such flowers existed. "I make flowers to order. Unless you have an order to pick up, the shop is closed for the day." She stepped back inside and started to shut the door. The man put his foot at the base of the door. "I just need to take a look at the flowers in your shop." Elvin came up behind her. "She said the shop's closed." he said. "Which part of that sentence don't you understand, moron?" Elvin's size would intimidate anyone. The man withdrew slightly, but with his free hand he withdrew a badge from his pocket. It flashed a halo of blue light on top, which expanded into a large screen the size of the door. "You must come with me." The man let go of the door and grabbed Emma's arm. He pulled her toward him. She heard Elvin call out behind her and felt him grip her elbow. They were both tugged outside. A blinding beam of light blasted at them. The next thing she knew, they were standing outside, but her shop was nowhere to be found. She didn't recognize the area, and they didn't see the man who had pulled them out of the shop. Elvin said it looked like a dome he had been to before, so he led the way, and Emma followed him. She didn't know how long they had been walking, but it felt like hours, and none of the streets looked familiar. "Are you sure you've been here before, Elvin?" "That's the dome I've been to once on a job. I swore I'd never return." "It's that bad? Filthy, polluted, and overcrowded. If it's filthy and polluted, why would people want to live there? Why would it be overcrowded?" Elvin shrugged. "It's cheap." He winked at her. "There isn't a market for flowers there because flowers cost a lot and don't have practical value." She smiled. "Well, I don't plan on going anywhere outside the central dome. If we can find our way back, that is. What do you think happened to the man who pulled us out here?" "Don't know and don't care, Emma. But if I see him again, no one can guarantee his safety. You've had to deal with violence all your life. Isn't that enough?" "We didn't have a choice, did we?" "No, we didn't." They had left the area with large gray concrete blocks of infrastructure behind, and in front of them, a grassy area opened up. "Wow, I've never seen so much green grass in my life." Elvin winced his nose and sneezed. "It looks like the grass is free. Maybe we should grab some. You can sell it in your shop." "Elvin, we're trying to get back home. The last thing I want to think about is wild grass. And to be honest, the grass my computer generates isn't all that bad." "All right, forget about the grass. Finding our way home is our main mission," he said, and turned toward a small path on the left. They were standing near the bottom of a small hillside. Emma looked up the hill and saw Bertram talking on his communication device as he walked. There were more concrete structures at the top of the hill, and she could hear traffic humming in that direction. An odd but familiar vision flooded her mind. Déjà vu, like she had seen it before. She ran up the hill, shouting his name. Hearing her, Bertram looked down. She waved her arms, pointing at him and then pointing to the side. She didn't know if he would understand, but she kept waving and pointing. Bertram was incredibly agile. As soon as he registered her hand movements, he darted from his current spot. In a split second, they heard a crash at the top of the hill. A gigantic metal object dropped to the ground, right where Bertram had stood shortly before. Chapter 12. Magnificence. That was all Jasmine could see. In a flash, Bertram spread his angel wings to their fullest. He leaped up from the ground and soared above the oversized truck trailer before landing on it and halting its momentum. Then he lowered the container to the ground. Jasmine was proud and loved him more than ever. Yesterday, she thought she might regret resigning from the supernatural law enforcement. But now, she was sure it was the right decision. Bertram was at his best when working in his angel capacity. She could support him fully only if she didn't cross between the human and paranormal arenas, which meant she had to withdraw from the witch business. There was a blinding flash, followed by images of a graveyard and a large tombstone with Bertram's name engraved on it. "Jasmine!" She blinked and looked into Beatrice's wide eyes. "Yes?" "You blanked out. I know you were using your vision to see Bertram. Is he okay?" "Yes, he's okay. He's in full angel mode now, and I didn't actually use my vision. I borrowed Emma's." "I didn't know you could do that." "Now you do. We have to get to Bertram. He lost his car in the accident." "Did you see that via Emma's vision?" "No, it's just a gut feeling." Jasmine squashed her guilt for lying to Beatrice and concentrated on what was at hand. Her ability to read emotions had recently developed into inconsistent precognition. What she saw through Emma's vision, however, was real. The flashes of Bertram's tombstone, however, weren't. It could be some kind of external intervention. But by whom, and for what reason? Beatrice nodded. Do you need me to drive you? No, I can drive. Bertram's only 25 minutes away. I didn't know you could measure distance with your vision. It's not my witch vision. I'm using the Find My Phone app. She waved her cell phone at Beatrice. Beatrice laughed. Well, I do trust technology. 25 minutes then. I have to pick up Lucian at the airport. Let me grab a shirt for Bertram. He'll be half naked after spreading his wings like that. I'll get the car. As Jasmine scurried into the office at the back of the restaurant, Beatrice asked, Why would you have a spare shirt in your office at the restaurant? Jasmine looked at Beatrice and smiled. Oh, love sports. Beatrice winked. You got it, said Jasmine. Go ahead and bring the car around. She waited a bit until Beatrice was out of sight and then opened the safe in the office. She extracted a small box and removed from it the combat gear she donned when she was on a mission for the SLE. Then she grabbed one of Bertram's shirts from the cabinet. She looked at the shirt, rubbing her thumb over the material. This one was her favorite. Soft, almost silky material, smooth and cool to the touch. Bertram had worn this shirt when she met him for the first time. After they'd spent the night here a month ago, she had asked him to keep it here, citing sentimental reasons. The shirt's material was compatible with the kind of spell she was about to cast. The time they met aligned with an astrological element, making the event and everything related to it essential for the spell to succeed. She cast the most potent protective spell she could conjure, then put the shirt in a bag. Beatrice's car pulled into the restaurant's driveway as Jasmine finished. Jasmine covered the sunflower and left the vineyard to go to Bertram. It took just under 25 minutes to get to Bertram's location. As soon as Jasmine stepped out of the car, the strong scent of supernatural creatures blasted at her. She felt there must be an army of them in the vicinity, but she could detect nothing with her eyes. The police were present at the scene of the accident. An officer approached her. You'll need to find a different route. It'll take us a couple of hours to clear the area. What happened? A truck hit a parked car, but no one was harmed. Jasmine surveyed the debris. How lucky! Yes, it's a miracle that no one was hurt. The truck driver is still in shock. He has no idea how his trailer came loose and hit a parked car like that. There were other cars on the road, but somehow they weren't involved. We haven't been able to locate the owner of the car yet. Well, I guess I can take a back road. I don't need the highway to get where I need to go. The officer nodded and returned to the scene of the accident. As soon as he turned around, Jasmine left the highway on foot, hurrying to the grassy area below. It wasn't long before she found Bertram, Emma, and a large man, all three standing next to a tree by the creek. Bertram came over and kissed her on the cheek. As she'd predicted, he'd lost his shirt when his wings unfurled. Jasmine had kept her sunglasses on so that when she used her witch vision to scan Emma and her friend, they wouldn't see the change in her eyes. As with her precognition, her witch vision had increased significantly. When she confirmed that Emma and her friend were not supernatural, Jasmine turned off her witch vision and smiled at them, waiting for Bertram's introduction. This is Emma and Elvin. This is your wife, Jasmine. A beautiful smile crossed Emma's face. What did you tell her about me, Bertram? Nothing, apart from what was needed to order the flowers. I knew it, bastard! Elvin shouted and charged toward the creek. In the distance, a man ran along the shallow water bank. Jasmine, Bertram, and Emma ran after Elvin. Jasmine was surprised that a man of Elvin's size could move so fast. The group lagged behind him as he moved effortlessly across the damp swamp ground and through the tall grass. That looks like the man who came to the shop after you left, Bertram, said Emma, panting as she ran. He asked for me, and then he stood at the door and pulled Elvin and me outside. The next thing we knew, we were here. Bertram looked at Jasmine. He must have a key, or somehow be able to transport people through that loophole in time. Jasmine nodded. We'll get him, or Elvin will. Elvin's very fast for such a big man. He used to work for Amarok, Emma puffed, one of the largest security groups in our dome. It seems in 2999, Bertram explained while running, the structure of the Earth shifts. They don't have countries and continents, and they have domes, and they have no governments, so protection is provided by private security groups. At his current speed, Elvin would catch the running man soon. "Does Elvin have weapons on him, Emma?" asked Jasmine. "He did, but I'm not sure if he does now. After the man pulled us through the doorway, I lost my watch and my communication device." "You lost your phone?" asked Bertram. "It was in my pocket. It vanished." Jasmine slowed down. "You weren't trying to communicate with Bertram?" "No, Bertram was in my shop just a few minutes before. Why would I need to call him?" Jasmine stopped running. She looked at Bertram, and he looked back at her. They both realized that the holographic image of Emma they had seen in the vessel hadn't been Emma. Something had manipulated them. And that something might also be controlling the man they were chasing. They might be running straight into a trap. Before she could intervene, Elvin tackled the running man and pinned him to the wet grass. As they scuffled, the man said something that upset Elvin. As a result, Elvin landed several punches on his head. No, don't kill him," Jasmine said as she rushed toward the two men. Elvin lifted the man from the ground like he was a rag doll. Then he slammed him down as he lifted his knee. He was going to break the man's back. Jasmine drew in the air around her and formed it into a hard ball. She threw it between the man's back and Elvin's knee. The man's body bounced upward before dropping to the ground. Elvin turned to Jasmine, his face burning with anger. He wouldn't hear what she wanted to say, and he certainly wasn't in the state of mind to be rational. She didn't want to use a weapon on him, so she ran toward him as fast as she could. But Elvin grabbed the dazed man's neck and twisted it before she could get to them. "You can't kill people here," Bertram shouted at Elvin. "Even if they're evil, that's not for you to decide. He told me he would kill 3 generations of my family and blow Emma's brains out." Jasmine stared at the dead body. "Why would he say that?" "How the hell do I know?" Elvin said as he stomped back and forth on the wet grass. Bertram examined the body and shook his head. The man was dead. Jasmine hoped he was a crossworld creature so his body would melt away. It didn't. That was why Bertram shook his head. The body belonged to a human, and he had been killed by people who weren't supposed to exist on Earth at this time. The police were nearby investigating an accident involving a truck and Bertram's car. They had seen Jasmine, and she knew that no one had seen Emma and Elvin. Bertram picked up the dead man's bag and searched it. He handed the bag to Jasmine. "This is the bouquet of sunflowers that was in my car." Chapter 13. The floor-to-ceiling steel door opened automatically as Alina approached. Inside was what used to be an ancient airport. Caedmon had purchased the building and moved it to this lot of land. It was now the Amarok Training Center. Alina didn't like the direction in which Caedmon was heading with his conclusion about the spy device in her private training room, but she trusted his instincts. He had a head for investigative issues and business wheeling and dealing. Unlike her, he didn't have a close and personal connection with Amarok. Thus, his opinions about Amarok were always objective and business-driven. He was the one who helped her make difficult decisions, like hiring and firing, business mergers, acquisition and selling off. Who would have thought Caedmon LeBlanc would be part of the Amarok operation? In fact, Caedmon was here, where he didn't belong, because of her. Since they'd gotten married, she had been finessing her way out of the leadership role so that she could go with him to Eudace. That universe was his home, and his family was so important that it would be impossible for him to be safe anywhere else in the multiverse. As she walked into the main corridor, the room quieted down. She disliked attracting too much attention. It made it impossible for her to get an honest conversation out of anyone. Her life had been a lot easier when she was a junior, working her way up using her martial arts skills. She could talk to people and gain insight. And sometimes people even shared gossip with her. But not anymore. How on earth would she get information about possible leaks and spies in this organization? Ivan stepped out of one of the training classes as soon as he saw her. "Have you heard anything from Elvin?" she asked. He shook his head. "His family lives in one of the complicated domes in the west. As far as I can tell, they don't want to know him and couldn't care less about his whereabouts." It pained her to hear that. Elvin was quiet but kind. Why wouldn't his family want anything to do with him? "I know we haven't yet found a replacement for the head of the technology department. Who's in charge in the interim?" Don't you dare tell me we don't have anyone. We have a good system, and it runs like clockwork, Alina, with or without that person. Cadman will be so mad to hear this. Well, he doesn't need to know. What are you saying, Ivan? Cadman cares about big picture stuff, like dealing with ethicists and all. Why should we bother him with who's running the computers or who's checking the safety standards of fighting rings? In case you forgot, Ivan, Cadman is my husband, and I know him well. He might not care so much about fighting, but technology is one of his top priorities. No way. Yes way. Now get me the security equipment logbook so I can see who was using what and when. You're not serious. When was the last time you looked at a logbook? Do I have a choice, or do you want to take the book straight to Cadman? He just asked for the activity report. Ivan raked his hands through tangled ginger hair. Don't pull your hair too hard, or you'll end up with none. Are you going to give me the books or not? Ivan left and returned soon after with a box full of discs. Are you sure you don't want me to help you with this? Is that a serious question, Ivan? Nope. They're all yours. I gotta go. There's a new group of trainees coming in and I have to meet with them. We don't have admission today. Then I'll sweep the floor, take the waste out, do whatever. But the books are yours. All of them. Ivan scurried out of the room as if someone had lit his backside on fire. Alina wished she could do the same. But someone had to do this. She sighed and inserted a disk into the operation unit. The machine hummed and started processing the data. Alina sat down and sighed, watching as the stream of letters and numbers scrolled across the screen. It was going to be a very long day. She heard the sound of the central door rolling open, the door she had just used. Very few people had access, so she assumed it was Cadman. It wouldn't have taken him all afternoon to look at a thesis's records. She glanced out the glass window of the control room and watched as Cadman strolled with lengthy strides down the long corridor. His long, lean body didn't always give him an advantage in physical combat, but he rarely needed to get physical. Sensing her gaze, he looked up at the window and winked at her. The room seemed to brighten a shade when he walked in. You finished with ethicists quickly. I'm guessing there's not much to worry about from that end. He shook his head and smiled. Ethicists is a constant problem for us. But in this instance, they don't have much to do with our security issue. He glanced at the computer as it released a report. Or at least, she thought it was a report. Cadman picked up the piece of paper and read aloud, "List of potential candidates for the Interdome Championship Uber Fighter." "Cadman, I asked for a report on the ICU, the internal chain usage." He grinned at her. "That's the correct command for a normal system, but this system can do with an update or two. You're better off spelling out exactly what you want. You're lucky it didn't give you a list of patients in the intensive care unit in the medical center." "Oh, okay. Let me try again." She pushed her chair close to the computer station, but Cadman grabbed her elbow, turned her around, and then bent down and kissed her on the cheek. "I know you don't like this sort of work. Let me take care of it for you." "Are you saying I'm computer illiterate?" He chuckled. "Well, that's how my sister describes me, so let's call it a compliment. I'm just saying that I do this more than you, so let me finish it. That way we can get home sooner." "This shouldn't be that hard, Cadman. It's just we used to have—" "I know. You sacked your tech guy and haven't gotten a replacement." She bit his bottom lip. "Is there anything you don't know?" He slid his hands around her waist. "I have a lot to explore. It would take 2 lifetimes. But if I do this for you, can you terminate your sex sanction on me?" She smiled. "Deal." She placed a finger on his lips. "But don't ask for a bonus, Cadman." "No, ma'am." He smiled at her again, a smile she could stare at all day long. Then he turned and returned to his work on the computer. She had never seen him use technology and didn't know he had this level of skill. And if this was what his twin sister, Lila, considered amateurish, Lila must think Alina was a joke. Cadman reached over and pulled out the printed results. To Alina, it was a jumble of numbers and letters. Cadman pointed to a couple of lines, then grabbed a pen and circled a few numbers and letters. "There's a pattern." Alina waited for him to elaborate. "Someone with the initials LC logged into the Amarok system 5 times in the last 2 weeks. The computer doesn't say it, but I predict the person went under X3 and checked out several data disks and used a computer in his building 3 times this week. This isn't a library. People come here for martial arts training. Plus, no one has access to the computers here." Cadman nodded, "Except for the technical staff. And with your chief of technology being fired, no one was managing the computer usage in the last few weeks. But what can anyone find by using the computers in this station?" "The computers here," said Cadman, "are used to simulate security keys and passes for Amarok's properties for your clients, and that includes your apartment." "So they copied the key to get into my apartment and they placed a bug. But why?" "I don't know, but that device sent out signals that almost demolished my internal system. Whatever they want, it's more than instructions on how to use a long staff." She grabbed the piece of paper and stared at it. "LC, those are initials. X3 could be anything. But there's one thing you can't fake when you use any of the systems inside Amarok, and that's your ranking. X3 is Martial Arts Advanced, Band 3. And if we believe that LC and X3 refer to the same person, we can narrow it down, can't we?" Cadman narrowed his eyes. "Certainly. How many people are in X3? "A couple hundred in all of Amarok." "That shouldn't be a problem. I can apply some filters and do a search." His fingers flew over the keyboard as he spoke. After no more than a few minutes, the computer printed out a list of 5 names. Alina glanced at the list and pointed to the 3rd name. "Lucas Carter. He's here." She rushed to the large window that provided a view of the training platform. A young man looked up from a fighting ring at the far right corner. He had known the instant she approached the window. He left his sparring partner, jumped down from the fighting circle, and ran. Alina didn't go to the control room door or take the stairs. There was no time for that. She took a step backward, threw a chair at the glass window, and then jumped through the frame and landed on the ground floor to give chase to Lucas. People at the far end of the center didn't know what was happening. Cadman made an announcement on the central microphone to alert people about Lucas's escape. But this end of the center was for training in active combat. There was too much noise for Cadman's announcement to capture anyone's attention. Near the exit door, Ivan gave instruction to a group of new fighters. Alina shouted at him, and he turned around and found himself face to face with Lucas. Lucas slashed at Ivan's jugular before running away. Ivan collapsed. The scene was chaotic. The new members didn't know how to react. Maybe they thought everything was part of the training. No one did anything to stop Lucas. Alina abandoned the chase. She helped Ivan sit up, hoping the position would lessen his blood loss. Cadman rushed over and fired a beam at Lucas's leg before Lucas scrambled out the door. Then he called for medical assistance. "Ivan, please stay with me," said Alina. "Open your eyes. It's just a scratch. We'll fix you." Ivan faded quickly. He held her hand and pressed something into her palm. "I've never betrayed you, Alina." "Don't you dare die. Dying on me is a betrayal, Ivan." His head lolled onto her shoulder, and he was gone. Cadman lowered Ivan to the floor. Then he pulled Alina into his arms and held her there for a long time. Chapter 14. Jasmine couldn't believe she had driven back to the vineyard, a journey that would typically take her half an hour in 15 minutes. But her speed was justifiable because she felt like she was carrying 2 ticking time bombs in the back seat of the car. She was no expert at driving. She disliked speed, and this was Beatrice's car. But if driving fast would solve the problem, she would do it. They had left a dead body in the middle of the field in plain sight. Somehow, she had to get 2 visitors from the future back to their time. But when they were gone, who would claim responsibility for the kill? She needed time to figure out the meaning of the image of a tombstone with Bertram's name on it and the unwelcome prophecy about the end of humankind. But time was a luxury she didn't have. There was no margin for errors. She would normally park the car at Vines and Soul, then walk 15 minutes on the vineyard's internal road to her villa at the Peak. But Bertram's first request when he moved into the villa was to have their own driveway from the main road. The request was a mere formality because he went ahead and installed it anyway. Jasmine turned onto the long, bumpy, unfinished driveway. It was rough, but it would get her home quicker. Her first attempt on this driveway had sent her car to the service station. She needed only to remember to avoid the large fissure where they'd dug up the root of a very old tree. If she could avoid that, she should be fine. Bertram was on the phone with the police, innocently explaining to them that his car's battery had died on his way home from the city, and he'd gotten a ride home. The police seemed to buy his story. Since there were no casualties, they didn't question him any further. In the back seat of the car, Emma stared out the window. Either she had never seen the world at this stage before, or Jasmine's driving had put her in shock. Elvin was calm, despite his head banging against the side of the car every time Jasmine made a sudden turn. Beatrice was waiting for them in the front yard of her villa. Jasmine reversed, parked, and got out of the car. "All right, so I see the driveway is operational now. Make sure you keep an eye out for the gigantic hole in the middle on your way out, Beatrice." She handed Beatrice the car keys. "But I need to ask you something before you go. I've literally got 2 minutes, but shoot." Beatrice looked at Emma and Elvin. Before Jasmine could introduce them, Emma walked over to Beatrice and reached her hand out for a handshake. "I'm Emma," she said, "and this is Elvin. Very nice to meet you, Beatrice. Are you a witch or an angel?" "Excuse me?" "Oh, well, Bertram is an artificial angel and Jasmine is a witch. I'm guessing you're one of those. Can I see the whole village? All the magical people?" Emma's eyes sparked with anticipation and curiosity. Beatrice smiled. "I'm not a natural witch, just an apprentice, and this is a normal human town on Earth. Not exactly a supernatural zoo. I'm sorry." "She's a brilliant witch, outstanding at what she does," Jasmine said as she glanced at her watch and then at Beatrice. "I'm sorry to interrupt, but I have to ask you about your disguised magic balls." "Ask me here?" Beatrice looked at Emma and Elvin. "No worries, they're involved in this." "Okay, if you say so. In a nutshell, Elvin accidentally killed a human mercenary. We were 5 minutes away from the human police and didn't have much time to plan. I used one of your disguise bombs to hide the body from the human police. But how long will it last?" Jasmine pulled out a small box and opened it. Inside were 3 small balls, each slightly larger than her thumb. "I used the yellow one." It was a grassy hill, and the grass around the creek area was dried and yellow. Beatrice nodded. "Assuming the body is of normal size and 100% human, the bomb should give you about 24 hours mask. I'm sure he was human. As far as being a mercenary, he's low rank and unskilled." Bertram approached. "That should be enough time. We'll ask Jim and his new werewolf friends for help with the body." Beatrice gave them the thumbs up. "Problem solved. Gotta dash now. We'll be back for tonight's fiesta." Bertram's eyebrow winked up. "Fiesta? Your anniversary, remember? Jasmine has a plan." Jasmine shook her head. "That was before what happened today, but don't worry, we'll have dinner at least." She smiled at Beatrice as her best friend scurried away. She had no time to ask Beatrice for anything else. "Bertram, can I talk to you for a second?" He nodded and walked with her to the side garden of the house. "Don't be mad at me, Jasmine. I didn't even know I ordered the sunflowers. And I didn't know they came from the future. I swear to you, I didn't do anything to make Emma and Elvin cross our paths. I didn't contact anyone in the angel world. I know you didn't, Bertram, but I did." "You? How?" "That didn't come out right. a messenger contacted me claiming to be from the Crossworld. She brought me a message about a prophecy, and prophecies typically comes from the magical world. But we've dealt with angels before. What concerns you so much this time? You're reading emotions now? I can't read others' emotions the way you do, Jasmine, but I can read yours, or part of them. She nodded. The prophecy isn't my biggest concern, she said, shoving her hands in her pants pockets. My ability to read emotions has developed recently. I have some sort of precognition, but it's very inconsistent and unreliable. What did you see? I saw a tombstone with your name on it. She looked into his eyes. No reaction. As I said, my ability is inconsistent, and it came after I received the prophecy. Maybe knowing about it affected my precognition in some way. You ordered the future flowers, and somehow a part of that flower bunch appeared in my office. Then the flower turned into a vessel, and now we have 2 people here from $29.99. Are we supposed to send them home? If so, how? And what if we can't? The image of the tombstone with your name on it keeps haunting me. Is it precognition, or my mind playing tricks on me? Or maybe some creatures in the Crossworld planted that image in my head? She sighed. I don't know. I'm baffled. Bertram grabbed her arm to stop her from pacing. He drew her into a hug and held her tight. It was the comfort she longed for, and something Bertram was excellent at. He wasn't there as an angel, a supernatural creature, or anything extraordinary. He was there as her life partner. Take it easy, Jasmine. Settle down. He kissed her forehead. Then he tilted her chin up. Here's what I think. None of what you've just told me is your biggest issue. Your deepest problem is that you need to connect with your family. You know you have to do that, and until you do, nothing else will make sense. But you are my family. He wiped a tear from her face. No, I'm your soulmate. And if you're lost without your family, I'm lost too. But connecting with my family might be the very thing that tears us apart. There's always a chance of that. Reconnecting with them means leaving behind the life you have here. Once your true identity is exposed, you won't be able to stay here. And if my current Meg doesn't allow me to be where you will be, then you'll have to leave me. I'm well aware of that. And you still think reconnecting with my family is what I should do? He smiled. Please don't think I'm bragging, but considering how my body handled what recently happened to me, I'm confident I can adapt and change and go with you wherever you need to go. What if you have to stop working for angels? Well, I can't negotiate a position for you with the angels, but your family is one of the most powerful in the multiverse. I'm sure we can work something out. That might be bragging. He kissed her cheek, and his lips worked their way to hers. The warmth of his lips lingered, sending a shiver down her spine. Feeling better? He asked softly, his voice like a soothing melody. She nodded, her eyes fluttering closed as his lips traced a path towards hers. Their mouths met in a slow, tender kiss, full of passion and sensations. His hands roamed her body, exploring every curve and contour with a lover's touch. He traced the outline of her breasts, feeling their softness through the thin fabric of her top. She gasped at the contact, her nipples hardening with desire. He deepened the kiss, his tongue teasing hers as their bodies pressed closer together. She could feel the hardness of his arousal, straining against the fabric of his pants. He groaned into her mouth, the sound sending a wave of heat through her body. His hands continued to explore, sliding down her waist and over her hips. He cupped her bottom, pulling her even closer as he ground his hips against hers. She could feel the dampness pooling between her legs, her body aching for release. Despite their heightened arousal, he was determined to make this a slow, sensual experience. He pulled back from the kiss, his breathing ragged as he gazed into her eyes. I want to savor every moment with you, he whispered, his voice husky with desire. He leaned in to kiss her neck, nibbling and sucking on the sensitive skin. She moaned, her head falling back as he continued his erotic assault. He moved down to her collarbone, kissing and licking the delicate area before moving back up to her mouth. their tongues tangled together, their kisses becoming more urgent as they lost themselves in the moment. His hands roamed over her body, touching and teasing every inch of exposed skin. She could feel the sensations building, the tension in her body growing with each passing second. But he was patient, taking his time as he slowly built up the heat between them. He nuzzled her ear. "I want to taste every inch of you," he murmured, his breath hot against her skin. She whimpered, her body trembling with desire. She could feel the dampness between her legs growing, her body aching for release. But he continued to tease her, his slow and sensual touches driving her wild with need. Finally, they reached their breaking point. With one final, desperate kiss, they both succumbed to the overwhelming sensations coursing through their bodies. They stood there, wrapped in each other's arms, as they rode out the waves of pleasure together. As they slowly came back down, he pulled her close, holding her tight as they caught their breath. "I love you," he murmured, his voice full of emotion. She smiled up at him. "I love you too, Bertram. Although I haven't said that enough." Jasmine reluctantly stopped as Emma made a coughing sound behind them. "I'm sorry for interrupting, but we have a slight problem in your front yard." "What's that, Emma?" Jasmine asked. "Elvin killed someone else. When is your waste collection day?" Chapter 15. Caedmon aimed his 2 guns at the 2 targets in Alina's training room and fired. His right-hand score was 100%. His left hand charted a disgraceful 70%. He wasn't an ambidextrous shooter after all. He fired a few more rounds with his right hand, just for the sake of hitting all the targets. He liked having 100% control at the firing range, because his chance of having complete control over other things in his life right now was just about 0. Alina snuggled on a futon in the corner of the room, sleeping like a baby. Caedmon had drugged her. He'd have to deal with her wrath about that when she woke up. But a short nap would recharge her and help him regain his footing on this fast-moving planet. Who would have thought things on Earth could change so much in 3 weeks away? There was a sound at the back of their apartment. Someone must be sifting through the rubbish bags there. Alina often left food and clothes outside for the homeless and stray animals. She made it look like it was garbage so that people would take the items freely. But in reality, she put out new clothes that she bought cheaply from a nearby store and real food, not leftovers and scraps. She didn't want anyone to feel as if they owed her anything or that they were taking charity. Who in this vast multiverse would do something like this these days? He sometimes wondered. But his Alina did things like that, and he loved her for it. He wouldn't normally pay any attention to the noise he heard, but today wasn't the day to ignore casual visitors. He wanted to make sure that it was a homeless person rifling through the bags and not a cross-world creature or mercenary. Caedmon darted to the back of the apartment, but stayed inside. An elderly man picked through a bag and pulled out a jacket that was perfect for the coming winter. He put it on and turned to leave when he saw Caedmon observing from inside the house. He bowed and then took his leave. When the man had gone, a shadowy figure leaped over the fence, landing on one of the bags. Although he touched down much like a stealthy cat, the bag still made a rustling sound. Caedmon darted out, grabbed the man by his arms, and pushed him against the fence. "Who are you?" asked Caedmon. The hood covering the man's head fell off, revealing a bald pate and shimmering reptilian skin. He kicked Caedmon away and pulled out 2 daggers. Caedmon recognized the carvings on the handles. This was a mercenary from one of the notoriously infamous groups in the Crossworld Zone. They accepted freelance contractors from all over the multiverse at the entry level. If they fulfilled enough contracts, they could move up the ranks to become an insider. Their rank was indicated in the carving on the dagger handles. Caedmon easily avoided the attack and knocked the creature down in a few moves. He kicked the daggers away and pinned the creature to the ground with his foot. "For a high-ranking mercenary, your skills are poor. I wouldn't pay you to do anything for me. What are you looking for? Who sent you? Giving me the information I'm asking for will prolong your life." The creature hissed. "If you're smart, you won't kill me." Caedmon chuckled. "I have very bad news for you. I'm very smart, but I'm still going to kill you." He grabbed his beam gun and aimed it at the creature's head. "This is your last chance." "Who sent you, and what do you want?" The creature rolled his beady eyes. "Maybe you're right. I'll get nothing out of a dead body." He holstered his gun and pulled the creature to his feet. "However, I have more bad news for you. We have the technology to get the information out of you even without asking you any questions. You'll die afterward, but you'll be alive during the process. It's quite painful, as we need to extract the information from your brain cells. This is something I'm sure your contractor didn't tell you." "Please don't," the creature whimpered. "I think we understand each other now. I only want an easy way out for you." And then the creature's head exploded. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. Caedmon yelped, released the creature, and jumped aside. The body collapsed to the ground and evaporated into nothingness. The blood and remains of the brain disintegrated as well. Alina stood inside the house, gun in hand. "You could have hit me, Alina." "Have you seen my shooting score, Caedmon?" "We needed information from him." Alina holstered her gun. "How about a thank you for saving your life?" Caedmon entered the house, and they both went to the training room. "I had the creature under control," he said. "We could have gotten the information out of it, dead or alive. But now, we have nothing." "It was a reptile from the Crossworld, Caedmon. I know that. There was nothing in its brain except for the contract on your head." "How can you be so sure it's not you they're after?" "Because the multiverse isn't after a mage who manages a security company on Earth. They're after the most influential people. They're after profit." He approached her. "But I love you with all my heart." He pinned her to the wall and traced his lips across her face. "My love makes you a very important figure in the multiverse." He slid his left hand around her waist to her back, holding her hands behind her. Pressing his body hard against her, he locked her in a position with her shoulders to the wall. "You want to know how much I love you? I can prove it." He pushed even harder against her body. She tilted her face up, waiting for a kiss, signaling to him to accelerate this intimate activity. In a flash, his gun was in his right hand, pointed at her face. His finger was tight on the trigger. In a second, her head would explode like the creature's had. She stared at him, saying nothing. He pulled the trigger further, and it was only a hair's width to the snapping point. A semi-transparent shadow in the shape of a gigantic lizard jumped out of Alina and ran up the wall. Caedmon fired at it, but only the wall was damaged. As it scampered to a far corner and was about to exit the room, Caedmon switched on his Udkey and dispatched a controlled ice blade at the lizard. It sliced the lizard in half. As the body parts dropped to the ground, Caedmon blasted more ice at it, freezing the two halves so that they wouldn't disintegrate. Then he switched his Udkey off and returned to Alina, who was now sitting on the floor. He wiped a tear from her face with his thumb. "I wasn't going to pull the trigger in full. You know that, right?" She nodded. He pulled her into his arms and held her tight. He had been so close to losing her. The moment she shot the creature, he knew it wasn't her in that body. But he didn't know what type of creature had taken control of her or how powerful it was. He needed to get it out of her body without it suspecting anything. A supernatural creature would die if stuck inside the human body it possessed or shape-shifted into. No creature in the multiverse wanted death. That's why he had taken that chance. He was strong. But now that he'd had some time to recover, every cell in his body trembled. She pushed away from him, looking him in the eyes as she traced her finger along his jawline. "Caedmon, even if you pulled the trigger for real, I would understand. I was afraid you wouldn't do it, and then that thing would come after you. I couldn't forgive myself if I let that happen. If I wasn't in such a weakened state, if I hadn't let the emotion of Ivan's death get to me, you wouldn't have had to drug me, and that creature wouldn't have been able to use my body." He pressed a hard kiss on her lips. You're the strongest woman I've ever met. We'll get through this together. I'll send the lizard to the lab. We'll find out who or what sent it and get to the bottom of this. She moaned slightly as his hands roamed her body. Yes, we will. Now, about the fact that you drugged me. He dropped his hands. I knew you wouldn't let it slide. She grinned at him. You're forgiven this time, but don't make it a habit. She pulled a coin from her pocket and put it in her open palm. Even gave this to me before he died. Do you know what it is? The rusty coin stared up at him, a reminder that he should hold tight to every precious thing he had in life and treasure every moment he had with those he loved, because all of that was about to be destroyed. Chapter 16. You're unbelievable, Elvin. Bertram threw his hands in the air. Haven't we told you that killing isn't acceptable in this society? But she attacked Emma. You can defend yourself and you can protect others, said Jasmine as she paced. But that doesn't mean you can kill whenever you please. But there's no body. She vanished. How do you know she's dead? Bertram and Jasmine looked at Emma. When I went to see you, her body was still on the ground. Emma pointed to a potted plant at the corner of the courtyard. I was admiring those flowers. The next thing I knew, a woman approached. She said she was a friend and wanted to take me home. I thought she meant she would take me back to my time, so of course I said yes. When she reached her arm out to me, I saw the tattoo on her forearm. I had seen that symbol before. I couldn't remember exactly when and where, but I remembered it was evil. So I changed my mind. I said I didn't want to go with her. That's when she got upset and said I broke my promise. She charged at me. Elvin pulled her off, and the next thing I knew, she was dead. She was vicious, said Elvin. Emma told her she didn't want to go, but she wouldn't let go of her. What was I supposed to do? Wait until she unveiled her fangs and bit her? You think she was a vampire? Jasmine asked. I don't know what a vampire looks like, but it wouldn't have surprised me if that woman had fangs. So I pulled her away from Emma. We fell to the ground right here, and let me tell you, she didn't go down easily. She fought like a feral cat. Look, I have no idea how I could have killed her. All I did was tackle her and hold her down. Then when Emma came to get you, the woman's body just vanished without a trace. The body can disappear, but not without a trace. Bertram squatted down and brushed his fingers over the grass. Jasmine nodded. They can take away their body and most traces of their existence, but they've damaged the grass, a physical object from this world, and they can't make that disappear. What you killed was a cross-world creature, Elvin. Elvin shrugged. What difference does that make? We just want to go home. We'll find a way to get you back to your time. But first, we need to understand how you got here, how you got to our time. Can you give us more details about the attack and how the person pulled you across? Jasmine asked. I saw him pulling Emma and I grabbed her elbow to pull her back. Then boom, we were pulled into this strange time of yours. Elvin scratched his head. Emma approached the bag with the sunflowers inside. Why did that man steal the flowers from Bertram's car? Bertram shook his head. I don't think he wanted the flowers. Rather, he wanted you, the creator of the flowers. He lost you, but he got the flowers as a sample of what you made, maybe to buy time with whomever he contracted with. I know you told me this before, Bertram, but I still don't get it. This isn't the first time I designed a new kind of flower, just like people make new products for their business. I don't see how this time was any different. If someone wants the specs for the new flowers, I'd be happy to sell the template or even give it to them for free. Why bother with all the time-traveling, kidnapping, and killing? Maybe it's not the formula that they want, but how you came up with it. Maybe. She said what Zara wants, Zara gets. She said I have something she wants. Jasmine stood up from the grass. What did you just say? She said I have something she wants. No, her name. Did you say she called herself Zara? Yes. Bertram frowned. He knew she was onto something. Jasmine looked Elvin up and down. She had scanned him earlier and knew he was an ordinary human. Elvin, How did you say you killed Zira? You know who that vicious woman is? I've encountered her before. How did you kill her? I didn't mean to. I pinned her to the ground and held her there for a while. Maybe I suffocated her by accident? Jasmine could feel Bertram's question in her mind, but she knew he wouldn't ask in front of Emma and Elvin. He would let her execute her plans and wait for her signal. She glanced at him and saw his slight nod, a signal confirming they were on the same page. She approached Elvin and smiled. Let's think about this overnight. You're lucky I own this vineyard and its accommodations. Stay the night. Be our guests. It's your anniversary today, isn't it? Asked Emma with a smile. Bertram nodded. That's right, he said, but he didn't return her smile. He stepped closer to her. Jasmine knew he did that so he could protect her when things went awry, but she had more experience in handling supernatural matters than he did. I can take this, Bertram. Elvin frowned. Take what? I'd like to give you a special gift from a friend of the vineyard. Jasmine pulled 3 small darts from the buckle of her belt and threw them straight at Elvin's face. Ordinary humans like Emma and Elvin wouldn't see the darts, let alone try to block them. The darts wouldn't do humans any harm at all, but they were lethal to supernaturals. Elvin, or more precisely what was hiding inside him, formed a round halo of light that encircled his body. The darts hit the light and fell to the ground as if they'd struck an invisible wall. Elvin's eyes had gone white. He was no longer himself. The halo expanded outward, and Jasmine could feel the force coming at her. Bertram ran toward her. The blast tossed Bertram and Jasmine backward and sent them rolling across the grass. Elvin's body glowed and hovered above the ground. The light expanded further as it heated up. Then it formed itself into 2 gigantic hands with sharp talons at the ends of the fingers. Bertram scrambled to his feet as one of the hands reached for them. Its claws were aimed at Bertram. With their enormous size and the force with which they were moving, the hands could tear his body apart with little effort. Jasmine sensed Bertram's movement. She knew he had switched on his angel mode and was about to spread his wings. He was an artificial angel. She had seen his metal wings and knew they could cut Elvin's body in half before the hands of light reached him. She projected a thought into Bertram's mind. Let it hit you. She felt him pause and saw him glance at her for confirmation. She'd had only a fleeting second to make this decision. It was an incredible risk to ask him to refrain from defending himself. Take the hit. Bertram stood and waited. If the claws reached him, he had no doubt they would tear his body to shreds. And that would be a mistake Jasmine could never live with. But the pointy claws stopped an inch from Bertram's chest, and the light withdrew. Jasmine heard a haunting cry in the distance. Elvin was regaining consciousness. He sat up, and Bertram aimed his gun at him. Emma scrambled over, kneeling in front of Elvin. Bertram, I beg you, you obviously knew something was possessing him. Please don't shoot. He didn't mean you any harm. Jasmine felt the anger exploding in Bertram's mind like a volcano. However, it wasn't toward Elvin, but her. He lowered the gun and walked away toward the side of the house. Jasmine followed him. Tell me what was on your mind, Jasmine, or do I need to interrogate every bit of information out of you? I didn't have enough time back there, did I? He sat down on a bench and looked at her. Take all the time you need. He couldn't read minds, but he would know if she lied to him. It was risky telling him now because she didn't know if anyone was listening, but she didn't see any other options. I met Zara this morning. I know how strong she is. Elvin had no chance of killing her, let alone doing it so easily. He was possessed. I don't know what that creature was or what it wanted, but the attack on you was intended to kill. I knew you would spread your wings and block the attack, but it was a trap. They always go at you twice. I cast a protective spell on the shirt you're wearing. If you'd spread your wings to block the first hit, you would have torn off the shirt, and that creature would have killed you with the second blow. Zira was strong. This creature must be extremely powerful because it killed Zira very easily. If it came at you a second time, you wouldn't survive. He nodded. Understood. He stood up and gazed into her eyes. It stopped an inch before it touched the shirt. What sort of protective spell did you use that could deter such a powerful creature? My secret triple layer spell. He kept his eyes focused on hers. She sighed. And I placed a price on the spell that the creature would have to pay if it followed through with the attack. That doesn't quite answer my question, Jasmine. What did the spell cost you? Tell me, please. I can take it. I cast the spell as Freya J. LeBlanc, not as Jasmine, not as a witch, but as a member of the LeBlanc family. If the creature breaks my protective shield, it declares war with my family. I've exposed my real identity, so this is the point of no return to a normal life on Earth. But all that happened today is not just local witch business that I can fend off with an ordinary spell. I figured what's coming at us has to do with the multiverse on a large scale. This powerful creature will recognize my name. Our marriage carries weight in the supernatural community, whether we like it or not. The creature won't risk antagonizing my family by killing my husband or antagonizing the magical world by killing an angel. He pressed a kiss to her lips to stop her from talking. They heard a polite throat clearing from behind them. Jasmine didn't need to look to know that it was Emma. Sorry to disturb you, but I think there's a feline thief in the front yard. She's clawing at the bag. Jasmine let out a laugh. That's Max and Coco, our lovely pets. I saw only one cat. That's Coco. Max is a husky puppy. I definitely didn't see a dog. Coco is here by herself. Jasmine and Bertram hurried to the front yard. Max and Coco were inseparable. Coco only came to them alone if Max was in trouble. Chapter 17. Alina looked up at the scorpion statue, the symbol of Amarok. She didn't like the symbol or the creature it represented, but tradition helped when she needed to keep the house in order. It was wise not to complain. These days there was a mix of supernatural creatures and humans inside Amarok. The organization took anyone who passed the entry challenges, regardless of what kind of beings they were or where they came from. Because of its diverse structure, having a recognizable symbol that stood for something was important. It didn't matter how different people were. When they came to the temple and looked up at this statue, they knew what they needed to do. Located on the outskirts of the central area, the round temple was built in the coldest part of the dome. Alina always wondered if the decision to build everything out of ice came first and the location choice came later, or if it was the other way around. She had always been more curious about that than the metaphorical meaning of the scorpion. Until now, the grand hall of the temple was nothing but an expanse of ice with a small pond in the center, where the gigantic statue floated above the surface. The section of roof over the statue was made of thick glass that allowed the rare sunlight to shine on the statue without melting the ice. She heard a door slide open and watched as a man strolled in. From a distance, and because of the size of the grand hall and the symbolic statue, he looked frail and insignificant. When he came close, Alina saw that it wasn't an illusion. He was indeed frail and insignificant. She looked back at the statue. Is this your first time in this grand hall, Khan? Yes, Alina. I'm a long way from the rank that allows me to be here. Why did you request to meet me here? I need some information. You're Ivan's latest recruit, is that correct? He enrolled me, but I wouldn't know if I'm his latest. You are. I looked up your record. Is that so? He lowered his head and looked at the floor. Is something wrong? It's just tragic what happened to Ivan. I wish I could do something more. You can. That's why I called you here. We're under a time constraint, so I'll cut to the chase. Ivan left behind his newly wedded wife and a young child. We'll take care of them. But his wife told me that the tradition of their tribe requires retribution for the crime committed against him that caused his death. If his family doesn't avenge his death, they will be expelled from their tribe. Ivan was killed on duty, so Amarok is linked to his family. I plan to seek revenge on behalf of his wife and child. What does this have to do with me? Lucas killed him. Lucas is more than your lunch buddy. We know that. We're close, but I had nothing to do with Ivan's death. I don't know why Lucas did what he did. There's been enough tragedy in a day for my liking. She smiled at him. I'm asking you nicely. We know you're a messenger. What message did you give Lucas, and who gave you that message? I have no idea what you're talking about. Can stepped backward as Alina advanced on him. As I said, I'm trying to be as nice as I possibly can. I don't want blood spilled in this temple in front of our ancestors and the Scorpio. But a man called Khan Gazensky was killed while traveling between domes 5 months ago. You took his body and used his credentials. You earned a spot in Amarak because the real Khan had passed the entry challenge before he died. You never moved up in rank because you were afraid someone would discover you're a disguised creature. And you walked in here, passing the first ray at the door, without being burned. That means you're supernatural. Can took a step back. His eyes glowed red and his fangs descended. Alina chuckled. Hybrid vampire. I knew it. I'm only a messenger. Killing me won't bring Ivan back and won't give his family any retribution. She nodded. You're right. I need to get to Lucas for that. But you just admitted that you spied on us. At Amarak, that's a death sentence. He turned to run. Where can you run, really? Even if you run back to the Crossworld, all I have to do is send one message to the central databank and you're ruined. You will have no work, no master, and no money. You'll become an exile. But if I tell you, I'll betray my clients. They'll communicate that to the central databank. I'm still doomed. You have 2 options. 1, you confess and tell the truth to our Scorpio. And 2, you fight me. If you defeat me, you can walk out of here without giving up any information. He glanced up at the statue. Then his eyes returned to Alina. Okay, I'll fight you. She clapped her hands together. Great choice, very smart. I know I have 0 chance of winning a fight against Alina McCade, but this isn't a fight to the death, right? As long as I can survive you, I can walk out of here. I'm not invincible. I can make mistakes. So of course, it's not a fight to the death. She showed him an electronic pad. Sign your consent, please. He looked at the statement on the pad. It was a standard form signed before any combat competition at Amarak or elsewhere. People had to declare they were voluntarily competing, accepted all consequences, and would not intentionally kill the opponent. After reading it, he signed. Alina signed her part. I know you feel disadvantaged fighting me. Why don't you pick a weapon, and I'll fight you bare-handed? He didn't need a second invitation. He had come prepared. Pulling a dagger from inside his jacket, he charged at Alina. Alina smiled. It didn't take her long or much effort before she kicked him to the floor. He lost grip on his dagger, and it skidded away from him. You've lost, she said, and walked away. She knew what the coward would do. He scrambled toward the dagger, picked it up, and threw it at her back. She swiveled out of the way. The dagger flew past her and struck the ice column in front of her. She charged at the column and kicked the cracked ice surrounding the dagger. The dagger fell to the floor along with some hefty chunks of ice. She kicked a large piece of ice toward the vampire, and its sharp, jagged edge lodged in his jugular. His fingers fumbled over at the ice as blood spurted, and then he slumped to the floor. Alina approached the dying creature. I didn't kill you. Your cowardice did. Should have opted to confess to the Scorpio. Save me! Who sent the message to Lucas? I can't tell you if I'm dead. So you know? Of course I know. I know who sent the message. I know what they want Lucas to do. Get me out of here and I'll tell you. I have some bad news for you. The ice in this temple is made from sacred water. You're beyond saving, I'm afraid. She was tempted to tell him the statue was a replica, as she had already given the real one to Cadman to take to Eudays for safekeeping. But that piece of information would defeat the purpose of what she'd just done. So she held her tongue and let the vampire die. A side door slid open. Cadman and his men hurried in. The men sprayed a chemical on the vampire's body to preserve it and prevent it from melting. Then they carried the body away. Cadman approached. Thank you for not killing him too early. Are you sure you can extract information from his brain? He smiled, tilted her chin up, and kissed her cheek. Since when do you doubt Udasian technology? I don't. I just don't know how it works. He kissed her other cheek. That's my job. All you need to know is that we can extract the last 10 minutes of his thoughts. We don't need to beat the truth out of him. Whatever he knows, as long as he thought about it in his last 10 minutes, we can extract it. Thank you for pushing him in the right direction. She nodded. I promised Bertram Hayes from 2022 to return to the shop to see him. Do you think this incident is related to what happened in the flower shop? That's what we're going to find out next. She spun around to leave, but Caedmon's grip on her elbow stopped her. He turned her back to face him, towering over her even though she stood at 6 feet tall. His soft gray eyes locked with hers, the corner of his lips quirking up. A strand of his dark hair fell onto his forehead. No matter how long they had been together, the sight of his face, that of a dark angel, always made her stomach somersault. Why the rush? His voice rumbled out low and deep, sending a shiver down her spine. I'm not rushing anywhere, she replied, her voice barely above a whisper. Caedmon's hands started roaming her body slowly and deliberately. He traced the curves of her waist and hips, stopping to squeeze them gently. She could feel the heat emanating from his body, warming her even in the icy temple. He leaned in, pressing his lips against her neck. She let out a soft moan as his tongue flicked against her skin, tasting the saltiness of her sweat. His hands continued their journey, sliding up her torso to cup her breasts. He squeezed them gently, his thumbs brushing against her hardened nipples. Caedmon's touch was electrifying, sending jolts of pleasure through her body. She could feel herself growing wet with desire, her body aching for more. He pulled away from her, leaving her breathless and wanting. He led her over to a nearby altar draped in white cloth. He gently pushed her onto it, her body sinking into the soft fabric. He stood above her, his eyes blazing with desire. He slowly undressed her, his eyes never leaving hers. He removed her clothing piece by piece, revealing her naked body to the cold air. Goosebumps pricked her skin, and she shivered with anticipation. Caedmon climbed onto the altar, his body hovering above hers. He slid his hands down her body, tracing the curves of her hips and thighs. He pressed his hips against hers, his hardness nudging against her wetness. He entered her slowly, savoring every inch of her. She gasped as he filled her completely, her body trembling with pleasure. He began to move inside her, his strokes slow and deliberate. She wrapped her legs around his waist, pulling him deeper inside her. The mage magic swirled around them, casting an ethereal glow over their bodies. It was as if they were the only two people in the world, lost in a haze of pleasure and desire. Caedmon's movements grew faster, his breathing becoming ragged. She could feel herself on the brink of release, her body trembling with anticipation. He reached between them, his fingers finding her most sensitive spot. He rubbed it gently, sending her over the edge. She cried out, her body convulsing with pleasure as waves of ecstasy washed over her. Caedmon followed shortly after, his body shuddering with release. He collapsed onto her, his breath hot against her neck. They lay there for a moment, their bodies entwined and slick with sweat. As they slowly pulled apart, Caedmon looked down at her with a satisfied smirk. I hope that was worth the wait, he said, his voice low and husky. She couldn't help but smile back at him, her body still buzzing with pleasure. It's my turn now, Caedmon. Be careful. Be gentle with her. Jasmine rushed over to take Coco from Elvin's hands. The angry cat had scored some scratches on his arms. Elvin held her away from his body, letting the cat wriggle and hiss, but he didn't let her go. I caught her red-handed, well, red-pawed. She tried to steal stuff from your bag, Bertram. Coco settled as soon as she was in Jasmine's arms. That's not my bag. Remember, the man you killed had it. I think Coco was going for the flowers. Bertram put the bag on the ground. Coco wriggled out of Jasmine's arms and ran toward the open bag. She pulled a sunflower out of the bouquet. "Let her do what she wants," said Bertram. The gray cat grabbed a flower with her teeth and scurried away. They followed Coco as she ran along the internal road of the vineyard, heading toward Vines and Soul. Why is she doing this? I wonder if Max is in trouble. Bertram loved the husky puppy. Judging by Coco's reaction, Jasmine knew Max was in trouble, but it wouldn't help Bertram's nerves to confirm it, so she said nothing. Coco headed toward the spot behind Vines and Soul where she had buried the sunflower this morning. It had been dug up again. But the flower wasn't there. Neither was Max. Coco dropped the flower into the hole in the ground. Then she sat and watched. Her tail wagged left and right, thumping on each side. She wasn't happy. Bertram looked with concern at the flower on the ground. "Do you think Max touched the flower by accident and then time traveled?" Jasmine shook her head. "When he dug up the flower this morning, he had to have touched it. Nothing happened then. Why now?" The sun started to set on the other side of the hill. The sun's rays weren't hitting the ground or the sunflower. Coco's tail started to move faster from one side to another. "Someone took the flower and took Max," Bertram said, thinking aloud. "Maybe Coco thinks the person will come back for the flower and bring Max back." Jasmine nodded. "It might have something to do with the sunlight, too." "Which you have plenty of." "You should treasure it. There isn't much sun where I come from," Emma said. The last drop of sunlight shone on an old oak. There was a whimpering sound coming from the top of the tree. They looked up to see Max hugging a tree branch. Coco heard Max and hissed. She left the flowers and approached the tree. "How could a dog get up there?" Emma whispered. Jasmine grabbed Coco. "You can't bring him down yourself. Then we'll have to rescue you, too. Stay here." Max didn't get up there by himself. He was taken up there. Bertram's voice was a growl. "This is the work of the angels. Max must have bitten at their clothes or wings and was dragged away." "To another time? Like the way we were pulled to this time?" Elvin asked. Bertram looked up at Max. "Possibly. When they figured out the dog had gone with them, they didn't have the courtesy to return him to where he belonged. How is he supposed to get back down here by himself?" Bertram walked over to the tree trunk. "If you're thinking of using your wings to fly up there, don't." Jasmine didn't think Bertram needed a reminder about the spell-protected shirt he was wearing. Still, she didn't want to take any chances. When he was worried about Max, he might do anything. Jasmine put Coco on the ground. "Stay right here." The cat sat still. Bertram stood underneath the tree branch. "Come on, Max. If you jump, I'll catch you. You'll be all right. You trust me, right?" Max looked down and whimpered, but he didn't move. That didn't surprise Jasmine. It was more than a 50-foot drop. The puppy wouldn't dare jump. "What's the matter?" Peter asked. He pointed at the kitchen. "I'm about to lock up the place for the day. It was a good afternoon at Vines and Soul." "Hi, Peter. These are our friends, Emma and Elvin." Coco stood up and hissed. Then she paced back and forth. Jasmine pointed to Max in the tree. "She's upset because we haven't figured how to get Max down." Peter looked up. "Oh my God, how did he get up there? Should I call animal rescue?" "We can manage, Peter." Bertram adjusted his position again under the branch. "Come on, Max, be brave." The puppy wouldn't jump. Peter looked up. "That poor dog has had a hell of a day, eating a flower in the morning and climbing a tree in the afternoon." Jasmine frowned. "Eating a flower?" "Well, I found him twirling around with a sunflower in his mouth like he was doing the waltz. I checked your office and saw the flower on your window was gone and figured it was the same one. I took the flower from him and put it back in your office. He didn't object at all, but maybe he climbed that tree looking for another one. I didn't know huskies could climb trees. This is so weird." Jasmine sensed a supernatural presence. She didn't want to leave the scene to go to her office. "There's a small blanket in my office, Peter. Would you mind getting it for me?" "Of course. Come on, Max, jump." Bertram kept trying to convince the puppy without success. Soon, Peter returned with the blanket. "Here you are, and here's the flower, too." Thank you, Peter. Jasmine took the blanket from him. I've got the sunflower, Emma said as Peter handed it to her. In case you need guest cabins tonight, we have a couple of vacancies, Jasmine. I know, the Merlot and Chardonnay cabins. Thanks, Peter. Peter nodded. If it's okay with you, I'll head home. He waved a goodbye to everyone and headed toward the car park. They spread the blanket out underneath the tree branch. Jasmine, Bertram, Emma, and Elvin grabbed a corner and lifted the blanket from the ground. Seeing a larger and safer surface, Max stood up and jumped right down into the middle of the blanket. Here you are, buddy. You're okay. You've done very well. Bertram pulled the puppy out of the blanket, held him in his arms, and rubbed him behind his ears. You silly dog. Are we staying here tonight? Emma asked. Jasmine looked at Bertram. He nodded. It's better that way, said Bertram. Tomorrow I'll meet with Alina, but I won't send you back until we know for sure it's safe to do so. Bertram put Max to the ground. Coco rushed over, licking him everywhere. It's time to seriously consider a security group, Emma. Yes, Elvin, I know, but we need to get back first. Do you know how? Elvin shook his head. The scent of a nearby supernatural intensified. It might be an angel or it might be something else. Jasmine knew Max hadn't climbed up that tree himself. Whatever it was, it hadn't left Max in the tree and then left. Bertram had switched on his angel vision. Because Jasmine was tending to Emma and Elvin, she stayed human, trying to appear as normal as possible. She sensed a surge in Bertram's adrenaline. Soon he wouldn't be able to control it. His wings would spread. Whatever it is that you're doing, that shirt stays on. Promise me, Bertram? I'll try, but they're right here. And they're strong, Jasmine. Jasmine pulled out a dagger and handed it to Elvin. If anything attacks Emma, use this. He nodded and took the dagger. I can defend myself, said Emma. Sure you can. Jasmine gave her a witch bomb. Use this if you must. It only works against supernatural creatures. Emma grabbed the small black object and slid it into her pocket. Jasmine rushed toward Bertram. She stood next to him and switched on her witch vision. In front of them was a forest of glowing particles. Are they friendly angels, Bertram? I can't tell. I'm your friend, Bertram. A female voice echoed all around them. You're supposed to work for us. Show yourself. I'm your friend. I only want to help. The House of Gods and the Angel Council would like an explanation for your absence at the latest gathering. I was busy. You are supposed to work for us. And I apologize. What do you want from me? Apology accepted, said the voice. We are here to collect the sunflower. It's an important mission that must be completed today. Bertram nodded. That's easy enough. I can't see her, Bertram. Don't worry, Jasmine, I've got this. Bertram picked up the flower Coco had taken from the bag at the villa. Where do you want me to put it? Not that one. The one the human female is holding. Take it from her and place it in the basket for me. A few feet away from them, a basket encircled by a glowing yellow halo appeared under a tree. Bertram approached Emma, who was holding the flower. I need that flower, Emma. As he came close, she extended her arm to give it to him. Max charged at Bertram from behind, hitting him behind the knees and making him stumble. The puppy jumped up and grabbed the flower with his mouth. A growl came from deep in his throat. Emma didn't let go. The flower remained intact and didn't tear. Both Emma and Max held the flower, which now glowed with a yellow light. Jasmine and Bertram rushed toward them, but they were pushed aside by a semi-transparent woman in a long white dress and wings on her shoulders. The force she emitted was incredibly strong. She charged in Emma and Max's direction, and Jasmine knew she was going for the flower. Let go of the flower! Jasmine shouted, but it was too late. The woman morphed into a large sheet that wrapped around Max and Emma. Inside the shroud, Emma pulled out the witch bomb Jasmine had given. There was a shriek of pain. At the same time, Emma and Max disappeared. The supernatural scent in the air around them was gone, and the tranquility returned to the bush. Chapter 19. You're a useless piece of shit. All the technology and information I give you, and you fail to do the sole thing I paid you for." Lucas looked down at the blood seeping through the temporary bandage he'd put on his leg wound. He'd thought at the time that he was lucky Cadman didn't put a beam through his head, but he had changed his mind. If he didn't have the money to go to the medical center, then being dead would have been a better outcome. "I need more time. I told you, they've got help." "And you don't?" "They have more than technology. They have help from the magical world. I'm sure of it." "Do you hear yourself? Do you have any idea what the magical world looks like, or if it even exists? If you're referring to simple tricks of sorcery, then you're not talking about the magical world. Don't go around labeling everything you can't explain as magical. You'll end up upsetting the real deal angels." The dealer, Lucas didn't even know his name, gave Lucas a look that sent chills up his spine. In the current stage of technology in the year 2999, no one in the Central Dome could do anything within society without revealing their credentials. Even if a person used the public toilet, their credentials were revealed. Yet somehow this dealer was able to withhold his own information while trading that of others. "I'll make it up to you," said Lucas. "I don't think you can. As of 3 minutes ago, Amarak changed all their lock codes. Not only did you not get the last one for me, but you've now lost all the other codes you stole." Lucas felt the urge to pace, but his injured leg prevented him from doing so. "I followed your instructions to the T. I got the tech guy sacked. That hardly counts as work. You had to do it to get inside the Amarak computer system. I got your messenger inside, with shitty credentials that got him killed 10 minutes ago." "He was killed? That's not like Amarak. They don't look kindly on traitors." "Who does? But I didn't think they'd execute a member. Alina's not like that." "Well, I don't care how he died. He worked for me, and his death cost me credits. I bugged Ivan's office. You got a lot of information from that." "Yes, but one of my guys got killed getting you into his office. I asked him to kill Elvin to distract Ivan and Alina. I was killing 2 birds with 1 stone, and I paid him double. But that stupid piece of shit couldn't keep his hands off the florist and got himself killed. How is that my fault?" The dealer twirled on his chair. "You seriously can't see that it was your fault?" "No. You sent a blood ritual sex addict to the unsecured business of a young, attractive florist, and you expected him to kill Elvin and then leave? You didn't do your homework. It's a well-known fact that floral scents and the scent of blood are the 2 triggers that make people in that blood ritual tribe go crazy." "I didn't expect that." "You didn't expect what? That you'd actually need to work for your money rather than subcontracting the job? That getting money from me isn't easy because I don't deal in small jobs? I didn't expect that an old guy like Elvin could kill a mercenary. That's what it takes to rank high in Amarak, and that's why you got nowhere. I got to band 3. By cheating, you drugged your sparring partner. But I got Ivan's office bugged, and the bug is still operational. That has to count for something." "It does, but I didn't pay you for anything other than getting the lock codes at Amarak." "I need the money." "There are no partial credits. You agreed on an all-or-nothing deal, and it's looking like you're heading toward the nothing end of the deal." "I know I haven't delivered on this contract," said Lucas. "It might take longer than I anticipated, but I need to be paid for the part I delivered. Look, I like you. You've completed a couple of good projects for me prior to this, but I don't have control over the exchange of funds. We locked in the contract. When you deliver, the credits are automatically deposited into your account. We don't even have to trust each other. Surely you know that. Even if I wanted to pay you partial credits, I can't because you opted for the all-or-nothing contract. Is there a side job I can do for some quick credits? Didn't you hear me? I don't deal in small jobs." Lucas didn't know how long he could remain standing, but he couldn't afford for the deal to be canceled. He would get 0 credits for all the work he had done. "Okay," said Lucas. "This isn't a small job. It's a big deal. I had it in mind for another contractor, but I'm telling you about it now and I'll do it for cheap." "Let's hear it." When I heard our guy got killed in the flower shop, I went to take a look. I tried to get in through the back door. I was about to climb the fence when I heard 3 voices in the shop. Alina's, Ivan's, and another male voice. I guess Elvin and the florist ran away. Anyway, I went to the front of the shop and watched them from a distance, and I'm 100% sure that there were 3 people in there. But I saw only 2 coming out, Ivan and Alina. I went inside after they left and saw that the front door scanner had counted 3 bodies in the place. Any more details from the databank? Someone took the disk, so the live feed details weren't recorded. Only data was from the scanner, and it counted 3, meaning the 3rd had gone somewhere else, like maybe to another world after exiting the shop. Are you sure? Absolutely. I know you trade security information, but surely pathways to other worlds would make you a lot of money. The dealer shifted in his chair, a promising sign. I know you can't go to the shop yourself, said Lucas. You can't pass any scanners without revealing your credentials. So I'm offering my service to you. I can go there, get some information, and bug the shop for you. That's the job I want to get paid for now. Surely you can tell it has great potential. With Elvin missing and Alina having lost her right-hand man, I'm sure she'll return to the shop soon to investigate further. Imagine how much information my bug can get you. The dealer twiddled his thumbs. All right, let's do this as one small job. He pulled out an electronic pad. When the bug at the flower shop is in place and I receive the data feed from it, you'll get your payment. 50 credits. 150. Okay, fine. Sign here. He pushed the pad toward Lucas, and Lucas signed in a hurry. I'll get it done now. The machine hummed for a second, then pinged a green light, verifying the dealer had allocated legitimate credits to the job he had just specified. Lucas left the office. He didn't have to trust the dealer. The system had never failed him. As soon as he completed the job and logged it in, the credits would be added to his account. Chapter 20. This was unmistakably her world. On Emma's left was the London quarters. On the right was New Australia. Around the corner was her flower shop. The streets felt the same. The air felt the same. The only thing that was different was that Max was standing next to her. She was more than certain the husky puppy didn't belong to this time and this world. Even the dog knew that. He walked close to Emma, rubbing against her legs as if he knew that this wasn't where he belonged, and if he lost contact with the only person he recognized, he would be lost forever. The puppy looked at her, and his eyes said it all. He was afraid. Emma picked him up. You aren't light for a puppy, Max, but if I don't carry you, you'll cry your little eyes out. I know this place. This is my time. You have nothing to worry about. Her hand brushed against a hard object in her left jacket pocket. She opened the flap to look inside. The sunflower stared up at her. It was smaller than she remembered. She tried to recall what had happened at the vineyard. She'd been trying to get the flower from Max when something that felt like a blanket enveloped them. Now that she had the flower in her pocket, she was sure it wasn't the flower she had designed. It was made of a hard material. It felt like metal, but was somewhat flexible, like soft plastic. She'd held it in her hand before, but nothing had happened until she tried to get it from Max. The man who had yanked Elvin and her to 2022 had an electronic pad in his hand, and when he put his palm on it, a halo appeared. Maybe this plastic sunflower was similar to the device he held, and when she put her palm on it, the transport occurred. And Max was in contact with her via the flower, so he was transported with her. The creature attacking her at the vineyard had withdrawn when she threw the witch bomb at it. Because of that, it didn't go with her and Max. She glanced around and was pleased that she didn't see any semi-transparent creatures around her. I think I figured this out, Max. Let's get back to the shop. Then we'll find our way back to 2022 and bring Elvin back here. A pedestrian walked past them on the sidewalk, heading toward the central shopping mall. Cute dog. Thank you. She smiled at the person. She rubbed Max's ears. People can see us. That means we're fine and we look normal. She hurried toward her shop but stopped after she passed through the small gate. Her shop door was broken, and through the broken door she saw a man standing inside. He hobbled outside. "Miss, are you the owner of this shop?" Her instincts suggested she should lie to him, but she didn't have a poker face and had never been a good liar. "Yes, I am," she said, and took a step back in case she needed to run. "I'm sorry to bother you. I just want to let you know I didn't break your door. It was like that when I got here. I'm Lucas. I work for Amarak. Our system received an alert about Elvin's well-being. I was sent to check on him." "You're bleeding." He looked down at his leg and then back up at her. "I know. I was attacked on the way here, which made me more worried about Elvin. That's why, when I saw your broken door, I went inside. Is Elvin okay? Do you know where he is?" Max growled. Lucas sat down on a small stone bench. "You don't look well," said Emma. "Do you want to go inside and get out of the wind?" He nodded. "Thank you. Your dog doesn't seem to like me." She put Max down and helped Lucas into the shop. She took a quick glance at the door scanner, which flashed a count, suggesting it was working. "Don't worry about Max. He's just grumpy today." She guided the man to a chair. "I can patch you up, but you'll need to go to the medical center." When she went behind the counter to get the medical kit, she glanced at the computer. The text on the screen said, "Lucas Carter, human, Amarak security guard." He was telling the truth. Then she noticed the recording disc was missing. The information on the screen went away without being recorded. "I didn't take that disc either." "I know. If you had, you wouldn't be asking me if Elvin is okay." She came out from behind the computer and dressed his wound. "So something happened in the shop and it was recorded," he said. "But someone took the disc and the information. You don't seem surprised. Is Elvin okay? That's all I need to know." "Yes. Where is he?" "I don't know." "You don't know, or you won't tell me?" "Look, I've taken care of your injury. I think you're well enough to go to the medical center yourself now. I'm closing the shop for the day." He nodded and stood. "I know you're not Amarak's client. Thank you for your help. If you need anything, let me know. I can help you privately. Free of charge, just like Elvin did." He approached the counter and placed a card on the counter. "Here's my contact information." Max stood at her feet and let out a soft woof. "Shh. It's okay, Max." She smiled at Lucas. "Thank you for the offer. I'll contact you when I need security service." He nodded a goodbye and turned toward the door. Outside, a couple walked in through the front gate. Emma recognized the woman as Alina McCade, leader of Amarak. Elvin had shown her a picture once. He worshipped and adored her. She was much more beautiful and formidable in real life. Emma didn't recognize the man with her, but she figured they were a couple by the way they looked at each other. Lucas staggered several steps back until he was inside the shop, and Emma realized he didn't want the people out front to see him. If he didn't want to be seen by Alina, then he must not be with Amarak. That meant he couldn't possibly be there because of Elvin. Alina and the man caught a glimpse of Lucas and rushed toward the entrance to Emma's shop. Lucas ran back toward the counter and pulled Emma out from behind it. Max bit his injured leg. He kicked the dog away. "Why would you do that? He's just a puppy. What do you want?" Max charged at Lucas again. Lucas pulled out a knife and held it at her jugular. "Stop, Max. Come and stand next to me." The smart puppy stopped attacking and obeyed. "Give me the key to the back door," said Lucas. "I don't have it. It's never been open." Alina and the man stormed into the shop. As they passed the door scanner, the computer screen flashed. Alina McCade, mage, Amarak leader, Cademan, Interdome trader. He had no last name? Was Interdome trader even a legitimate job? Emma shook her head. Whoever this couple was, Lucas was shaken the second they entered the shop. He pressed the knife harder against her neck, breaking the skin. "One more step and I'll slit her throat. You know I'll do it. You've seen me do it before." "That's enough blood for one day, Lucas. Ivan left behind a wife and a kid. What did he do to you?" "I don't have to explain anything to you, Alina. Let me go or I'll kill this woman. She knows where your Elvin is." "Are you Emma?" Alina asked. "Yes, and Elvin is fine, Alina." Cademan smiled, and Emma thought she had never seen a man so handsome. Her stomach did a somersault. "Emma," said Cademan, "I want you to know that you will be fine. He's not going to hurt you because you're the only reason he's still breathing. Yes, Caedmon, I understand. Caedmon, you move one more inch and I swear she dies. I just want to leave. Let me go. He backed toward the doorway, pulling Emma with him. You'll never get away with this, Lucas, said Alina. We'll give you one opportunity to return to the right side, said Caedmon. If you give us information about the contractor you're working for, we can guarantee you will not be killed by Amarak. You'll be exiled, but you'll live. That's not good enough. What do you want? Caedmon asked as he approached Lucas. Stop, or I'll kill her. I'm serious. We've got your files, Lucas. You've killed many people for quick credits. You're a cheap trade. You're a traitor, and you serve no master. I've created an alert notice ready to send to the central data bank. Even your current contractor can use this information to default any payment owed to you. You won't have any future work on Earth or in the Crossworld. The sort of criminals who would hire you will be those who will kill you afterward for what you know. But if you let Emma go, I will not send that notice. Who the hell do you think you are? Nobody on this Earth has that level of access to the multiverse central data bank. As cliché as it might sound, if I tell you who I am, I'll have to kill you. But I can tell you this. You've done 3 jobs for a Crossworld contractor called YE34. The jobs involve stealing the 3 most precious artifacts from an ancient tomb in the Dark Dome. You don't know what the artifacts are for, but I do. I know how much they cost. And I know how many innocent people you killed to get the job done. Among those victims, how many women and children did you kill? You don't know because you don't care. That's the level of access I have. Now, if you let Emma go, I'll let you get away this time. You won't be killed by Amarak, and I will not send mercenaries after you. Lucas staggered several more steps backward until his back was against the broken door. Bastard! That means you'll kill me yourself. When I said I won't go down alone, I meant it. The knife lifted from Emma's neck a bit. Emma knew he was planning to throw the knife at Caedmon. She didn't know how she knew. She just did. She grabbed Lucas's arm with one hand and slid her other hand into her pocket. Let's go, Max, she said, and pressed her palm onto the sunflower in her pocket. She felt Max grab her jeans with his teeth. Chapter 21. Emma. Jasmine was afraid all the wine barrels in the vineyard would explode at the volume of Elvin's voice. Elvin, I understand you're worried, but shouting doesn't help. She's gone. She just vanished. I know. We're looking for her. But I can't concentrate if you keep shouting. All right, all right. He searched the gardens and the bushland and then scoured the ground along the mature trees. Bertram searched the bushes. He said nothing, but his anxiety loomed as loudly in her mind as Elvin's shout. It was dark. She could switch on her witch vision, and Bertram could switch on his angel mode. But supernatural abilities had limitations. They would miss the common sights of normal humans. At the moment, they didn't know from where the danger would come. From the humans, from the future, or from creatures of the magical world. Jasmine rushed to the back of Vines and Soul, grabbed a couple of flashlights, gave one to Elvin, and put one on the ground, turning it on to use as a marker to navigate in the dark. There was a flash of light and then a thud. That's them, Bertram said, and ran in the direction of the flash even before he heard Max's whimpering. Get off me, said Emma. There was the sound of a struggle as she fought with someone. Elvin charged through the shrubs and bushes. Thuds, scuffling, grunting. The scent of supernatural creatures engulfed her. She sensed movement around them from creatures of various shapes and sizes. Be careful, they're back, Jasmine. Bertram switched on his angel mode as soon as he gave his warning. Only then would he be able to protect the group. Jasmine saw Emma and Elvin on the ground beyond the bushes and rushed over. Are you two okay? We are, Elvin said. Emma pointed at the rustling shrubs. He's getting away. There were so many supernatural shapes. Bertram needed her help. Who ran into the bush, Emma? Lucas. He's a murderer. He came with me from the future. A human? Yes, I think so. Elvin, stay here with Emma. Don't go after him. I need to help Bertram. We need to deal with the supernatural right now." "Agreed," Emma said and shined the flashlight at her pocket. Jasmine had peeked into Emma's mind before, but this time she didn't have to. She knew Emma had the sunflower with her, and that was what the creatures were after. Jasmine nodded, telling Emma she understood. Jasmine gave Emma more witch bombs. "Don't leave Emma alone, Elvin." She drew a circle of protection around the spot where Emma sat. Elvin could protect her from humans, but Jasmine didn't think he would be much help in dealing with the supernaturals. Then she switched on her witch vision to help Bertram. Max and Coco made as much noise as they could. It didn't deter the supernatural creatures, but it certainly disturbed the wild animals in the bush. The movement of those animals helped to slow the motion of the supernatural creatures. Bertram was in full fighting mode with his wings spread. The protective shirt she had given him was long gone. The best weapons at her disposal now were the witch bombs because they were selective. They targeted magical creatures, and they flashed some light. She would throw the bombs when they were a distance away and use her dagger when they got close. "They're criminals from the magical world," said Bertram. "They attacked us first. We need to use force, and there will be justifiable collateral damage." Jasmine smiled. This meant the angels had given him permission to kill these creatures. She intended to use the full force of the witch bombs and weapons she had at hand. Bertram flew to a tree branch behind him. He fired 2 quick beams of blue fire from his eyes. Jasmine hadn't seen him do that before, but she liked what she saw. The beams covered a dozen creatures at a time. The creatures caught on fire, then shrieked, screamed, and ran away. In a short period of time, Jasmine and Bertram managed to scare away the remaining supernatural creatures. Bertram had taken most of the fight upon himself, and he was exhausted. As they were about to return to Emma and Elvin, 24 creatures with wings appeared. Even with the dim light coming from the sky and the fog that hovered above the ground, Jasmine could tell these were not the same kind that had first attacked them. They were stealthier, and their eyes glowed blue in the dark. "Fallen angels," Bertram said. Jasmine could tell he had no confidence that he could fight these creatures. Fallen angels were typically from high ranks. They were powerful enough to escape the house of God's punishment and then became outlaws. Bertram had limited experience and power. He wouldn't be able to fight a handful of them, let alone 24 at once. "Go to Emma and Elvin, Jasmine." "No way in hell I'm leaving you here." When the angels got closer, Jasmine understood why Bertram didn't think he could fight them. "New angel," croaked one of them. "Leave the flower girl for us, and we'll let you live." Bertram's eyes glowed in an imposing shade of blue. Jasmine could feel the adrenaline surging in waves inside him. He would put up a good fight and likely die for it, but there was no way he was going to walk away. "Would you fight us and let your woman die with you for a stranger? All we want is the girl." Jasmine raised her dagger chest high. "I don't like your tone. I'll fight you, with or without Bertram." "All right, as you wish." The fallen angels advanced in speed. "I love you, Bertram." "And I, you, but we are not dying today." Blue beams came from his eyes again. A handful of angels fell, but the rest continued toward them. As she prepared for the fatal clash, a flash of light, a boom of thunder, and a blast of energy exploded right in front of them. The blast killed several of the fallen angels, blowing them into thousands of flying particles. A semi-transparent woman in a long dress appeared. She whirled around like a small tornado. Each swing of her arm took down several angels, producing an explosion of light. Soon there were no more angels. The woman turned and looked Jasmine up and down. Jasmine was sure she had never seen this woman before, but there was something about her that was oddly familiar. "Who are you?" Jasmine asked. "A friend of your family." The woman then looked at Bertram. "You would have been my choice for 2022, but I totally understand the power of love. Consider yourself a very lucky man." Then she vanished into thin air as quickly as she had come. Bertram leaned against a tree trunk to rest. "Can you walk?" He nodded, but Jasmine still wanted to help him. They walked toward Emma and Elvin. When they were a few feet away, someone grabbed Emma from behind, dragging her into the bush. Bertram leaped on top of, over and behind the person. Jasmine ran after him. He pulled the man away from Emma and threw him out into the open, grassy area. The sounds of a struggle reached the trio's ears. They rushed over and found Elvin straddling the man's body, striking him over and over. An exhausted Bertram slumped to the ground as Jasmine and Emma pulled the enraged Elvin away from the dead body. "He's very dead already, Elvin." Piece of shit grabbed Emma from behind. What sort of man would do that? "He's dead, okay? And now we don't know exactly what he was after." Jasmine shook her head and returned to Bertram. "He was looking for something in my shop," said Emma. "When Alina and Cadman caught him, he had no way out, so he used me as a shield." "Who's Cadman?" Bertram asked. "Alina's husband," Elvin said. "They're newlyweds. I've never met him in person." Emma nodded. "I thought they looked like a couple. But now that I think about it, they did seem more like husband and wife." When Lucas held a knife to my throat, Cadman tried to distract him. I had a feeling Lucas was going to attack Cadman, so I tried out a theory I had about how I was transported through time, using the sunflower, and it worked. We were transported just before Lucas threw the knife. I grabbed him and brought him with me. "Here, I'll show you." Emma reached into the left pocket of her jacket, then the right one. Her face fell. The sunflower was in my pocket just a minute ago. Chapter 22. Where did she go? Alina rushed toward the flower shop door and reached her arms into the empty space. Bertram entered and exited this space when he passed through the doorway. But Emma didn't even open the door. What just happened, Cadman? Cadman stood next to the counter. He hadn't spoken since Emma disappeared. Alina knew he got like that when he was in deep thought. When he was finished thinking, he would have some kind of an answer. He raised his palm to tell her to stay where she was. She froze on the spot. Cadman leaned over to look at the computer monitor behind the counter. He signaled Alina to take one step inside the shop, and she followed his instructions. Then he signaled her to step back and forth. She knew what he was trying to do. Rather than dancing back and forth through the frame past the door scanner, she moved as naturally as possible. "It's been a hell of a day, and I'm tired. Maybe my eyes are playing tricks on me, Cadman. Emma isn't our client, so there's not much we can do here. Now that she's gone with Lucas, I don't know what they're up to." Lucas left something behind, though. "Really? Let me see." Alina came back inside. When she stood next to Cadman, he pointed at the monitor. She read the text on the screen that announced her credentials as she moved past the scanner. The disk had been ejected, meaning the data wouldn't be captured. But there was nothing unusual about that. Alina could see that much without Cadman's input. Cadman strolled to the middle of the room and placed a small round device on the floor. Then he stepped aside to stand next to her. A halo appeared around the device. The circle expanded to encompass the entire room before it disappeared. Cadman picked up the device, looked it over, then slid it into his pocket as if nothing had happened. "Care to explain, Cadman?" "Of course, Commander." He said it without thinking, but she knew from experience that he was in serious working mode when he used her title. He patted his pocket. "That was a blast and capture trigger. It was successful, and we can now talk freely." "Blast and capture?" "Yes, as opposed to blast and destroy. There are multiple bugs in this shop. That device captures their data feeds for analysis, but doesn't destroy the bugs. They'll continue to transmit signals, except that the signals will be ours. The people who place the bugs here will see and hear whatever we want them to, until they figure it out." "You haven't used this in our home, have you?" "Of course not. I destroyed all the bugs in our place. I can't stand the thought of being listened to in my own home." "And what's wrong with the door scanner? I see there's no disk." "That's the problem," he pointed at the door. "It's still transmitting live data, but not to the central databank." You think Lucas bugged the shop? Yes, and that's fine. We know about him and can trace his movements. I'm more concerned about his contractors. Who are they? What do they want? Why the flower shop? Maybe it's located in a zone that makes it easy to transmit complicated data. But it isn't a portal or a gateway as I originally thought. How long will the data analysis take? Depends on how deep we want to go and how much data we have. He pulled out something that looked like a cell phone, but Alina knew it was his Udasian gadget. He read from its screen. What we need now are the preliminary results of the scan at the door. The data suggests that the vitals of 3 individuals, Emma, the dog, and Lucas, were fine just before they were transported by a time-dimensional tele-transport device. But Lucas was injured, so he'll be in a weakened state after the transport. Emma could break his neck with her bare hands. Caedmon! She traced her hand over his back and found knots in his muscles. She used her thumb to ease the tension at the base of his neck. I made the last part up. The neck-breaking part? Yes, and the teletransport device. We don't have confirmation on that yet. She raised up on her tiptoes and kissed his cheek. So the part about good vitals is true. Emma and the dog were fine. And if Emma is with Elvin now, he'll make the broken neck part come true. You have that much confidence in Elvin? He was one of our best in his day. Caedmon nodded. His device pinged. More data coming in. He glanced at the device, then looked at her. You said Bertram came in and left the shop from different times, but he carried no device? Not that I could see. The analysis confirms my suspicions. The device Emma used was a time teletransport device. Remember when I showed you the Udasian teletransport capsule? That's our latest technology. It allows multi-dimensional transportation. Yes, I remember. It can take ordinary people like me between worlds. There are always humans on Earth toying with time-traveling technology. The device Emma used might be the most advanced I've come across. How so, Caedmon? It only travels between time periods, but Udasian spaceships can go between worlds. When we transport ordinary live bodies like humans or pets, we need the spaceship because it protects them during the transportation process. Ordinary bodies can't travel through multiple dimensions without layers of protection. Emma used some kind of a pocket device, like a cell phone. Yes, it only allows traveling through time for now, but if it's an ongoing project, then moving between worlds is only a matter of scaling up. In full scale, this will be more advanced than Udasian technology. If it falls into the wrong hands, Alina said, the multiverse will be in deep trouble. But bad guys in the multiverse don't do team sports. That much I know. They're competitive, and they're loners. I can't imagine a project at this scale being done by one individual. Unless all the criminals, dark forces, and shady characters in the multiverse agreed to work together, which is highly unlikely, we can find a way to end this project before it gets any bigger. Caedmon nodded. I'm not worried about individual contractors working together, because you're right, it's unlikely. But it takes only one individual with a vision to pull a project together and contract out the smaller parts. If you pay enough, you can get an army of shady characters in the Crossworld Zone to work for you. They don't even have to collaborate or trust one another. And if that happens, we're in trouble. And do you think there are individuals with the vision and financial resources to back it up? I mean, apart from your family, of course. A half smile crossed his face. She loved his smile no matter the circumstances. He kissed her cheek. You're right, Commander. There aren't many in the multiverse who would have the vision, ambition, and financial resources. But they do exist beyond my family. Let's handle this one step at a time. Some actionable data just came in. That's more like it. I like actionable data. I know, Commander. He winked at her. Our system has traced Lucas's contractor. Lucas worked for several, but the one who asked him to bug the shop in Amarak is the one we want. He's nearby in a dark dungeon, twiddling his thumbs, reading the data being fed to him, and thinking that Lucas planted his bug. Let's get him. Not long after, they approached a bungalow near the edge of the central area. From the outside, it looked like an ordinary house. Not flashy, but not shabby either. A high fence for security purposes was there, but there was no threatening weaponry at the entrance. Alina did a quick scan on her system to ensure it wasn't one of Amarak's clients. It didn't surprise her to see that this house wasn't under the protection of any of the security groups in the dome. Handy, she thought. She took 3 small steps up the wall and then made a jump, and she was inside. She could tell Caedmon was impressed, but still he didn't like her making sudden moves like that. He approached the gate, and his jammer unlocked it in seconds. Alina got into the house easily via an open window. The foyer was empty, and she saw a staircase leading to the basement. A man sat in an armchair facing a computer screen. He had his headphones on and didn't appear to hear her come in. Caedmon was right behind her. They approached the man, weapons raised, but he was dead. A dagger protruded from his chest. On the hilt of the dagger was a skull and the letter T. "The Triad," Alina muttered. "What's that?" "A group of human mercenaries, the worst nightmare for security groups. They killed 5 of our clients in the last 3 years." "So killing is their primary business?" "They don't do anything else that I know of." Caedmon nodded. He went to the computer and turned on the monitor. "The Triad killed this man. Someone erased the data." "The trail ends here?" "Data can't vanish without a trace, especially when they treat data elimination as a cheap job." He entered a command in the computer. Rows and columns of codes began to appear. Caedmon pointed at the screen. "Is this an Amarak person, or am I misreading it?" Alina approached. "Spy device model RTW24821. Host Elvin Doyle" was displayed clearly on the screen. Chapter 23. The sunflower had been crushed against the bluestone wall. Genix knew that although the plastic flower looked fine, the device inside had been shattered into pieces. 50,000 credits for a pathetic plastic flower that doesn't even work? Do you think I can pull credits out of my ears for you to use at your leisure? She looked at her reflection in the mirror to ensure she showed no sign of fear. Her complexion was glowing, her composure was elegant, and she looked like a goddess. Genix turned to look at Garda, the old, exiled underworld warden. He'd had a life as a human a long time ago. Then something happened to his family, and he turned into an underworld creature who worked as a jail warden in the Crossworld. He must have been a hell of a bad warden in the underworld to be exiled to the Crossworld. The warden was old and ugly, and he was stupid. But he had the money she needed, and that was all that mattered. "The device works, I can guarantee that. The pilot test was successful. I don't know why it malfunctioned when I approached your door. It was like someone turned it off. But we can go back to the lab and let the techies there explain to you what's going on." "I don't have time to go back and forth like that. How can you be so sure it works?" "It transported a female human and an animal from 2022 to 2999, and then 2 humans and the same animal back to 2022. "Why the extra human?" "I don't know, but does it really matter, sir?" "It does, because that extra human might be the reason the device failed just now. If it can only transport 1 human at a time, how long will it take? And how much more will it cost to scale up and then mass produce this device? And if there's no potential for mass production, why should I invest my money in it?" "I don't think the extra human caused the device to stop working. When I took the device from the female human, it worked just fine. Even if someone turned it off and destroyed the chips, we can reproduce the product because I have the specs. If we'd had a more generous budget, I could have hired better contractors, and then mistakes wouldn't have occurred." "You're blaming me?" "No, sir. I'm just saying that what you saw wasn't a failed device. Someone interfered with its operation. If someone could control your product remotely that time, how can I be sure it won't happen again?" "Because after the project was completed, I terminated the contractor and deleted the data. Whoever interfered with its operation this time must have used old data. but the data self-destructs after each use, so that person won't have another chance to interfere with our work. All right, but why a flower? If we remake the prototype, can you change the type of product? Flowers were used for the original prototype. It was an experimental context to kickstart the project. I'd suggest using them again when you remake the prototype. However, in mass production, you can choose any context you want. Who chose flowers? I did. The flower-making business was something we hadn't been involved with before, so it was risky. But this particular florist creates flowers based on love and passion. Those are psychological properties valued by humans. In the interest of time, we wanted to present humans with what they desire most: love, passion, and happiness. The faster they connected and took the bait, the quicker we could get this done. It was worth the risk. You willingly exposed us to risk? The concept was solid, and the theory about love and passion worked. We took the advertisement from the flower shop in $29.99 and embedded our codes in it. Then we broadcast it to all time periods where the internet was available, and we got a hit almost instantly from an individual in 2022. As soon as that person clicked on the ad, our codes were activated. I placed our device in one of the bouquets to be delivered. When the person received the flower, the ignition process started and the person was transported. After the process happens once, our machine learns from it and regenerates it in the future. All right, it sounds good in theory. But didn't you say the machine transported a human from 2022 to $29.99 and then back again? Why was the ad initiated from $29.99? Do you really need to know all of the details, sir? Of course I do. How else can I be sure you won't repeat the mistake? It wasn't planned that way, but it wasn't my mistake. We wanted a person from another time to click on the ad and be connected to the first leg of our program. We needed the contractor to place the flower with the device into the bouquet to be collected by the human. Then, when that person takes the flowers back to their original time, the kickstart process is completed. I can't see anything wrong with that plan. Well, the hapless contractor placed the flower with the device in 2022 instead of in the flower shop in $29.99. Garda nodded. So you had to somehow bring the florist to 2022 so that she could depart from there. Exactly, and it worked. Why couldn't you pay someone to use the device? Why go through all this trouble? Because it's a field experiment, sir. If the subjects know they're participating in a test, their behavior will be different, and you won't get reliable results. I thought the whole idea behind your product is that humans won't know they're being transported to a different time. Am I wrong, sir? No, you're not wrong. I can see the merit of what you're trying to do. Humans will obviously know they've been transported to a different time after it's done, but they won't know what triggered it. And that's what the client wants. So, will you give me the money to remake the product? We're running out of time, sir. All right, but make sure the prototype works, especially when I demonstrate it to clients. I'll do my best. Because we've already completed the experiment, we won't have to do it again. I'll get the prototype made and then pay someone to try it out. What if someone interferes again? Jenix smiled at Garda. Don't worry about that. No one will interfere with my project and stay alive. Chapter 24. Bertram opened his eyes to see Jasmine's beautiful face smiling down at him. He blinked. His memory was foggy. He had been fighting a bunch of angels and other creatures. Elvin killed another human from the future. A dead body was left in the field, and their anniversary. He sat bolt upright. Jasmine put a finger on his chest and pushed him back down. You're tired. Take another minute, then I'll feed you. She kissed his cheek. Happy anniversary yesterday. He held the hand she put on his chest. He recognized the room. They were in the Merlot cabin, and this was the room he stayed in when they first met. I'm sorry, he said. Did I spoil it? Not at all. It was an eventful day. Our friends grabbed takeout pizzas for dinner, but they understood. I'll make it up to them some other time. She traced his jawline with her index finger. Did you rest at all last night, or were you on guard? Is it going to be a heavy day today? I did get some rest. It quieted down after you sent all the angels away. Our werewolf friends took care of the dead bodies, including the mercenary on the highway and Lucas. Where are Emma and Elvin? In the Chardonnay cabin. They were up a few minutes ago when I checked on them. Emma scoured the field last night for the sunflower. She definitely lost it in transit somewhere. I don't know how they're going to get back to their time. So yes, I'm afraid it might be another heavy day, Bertram. He sat up in bed and pulled her into his arms. It was her favorite place to be. She snuggled into him while he rested against the headboard. With more practice and experience, I'll get better. I won't have to crash every time I put on a big fight. Well, it was a hell of a fight. All I did was throw a few little witch bombs. Do you think any of them will come back today? He kissed the top of her head. The magical world criminals were after the flower, which is now lost, so I don't think they'll be back. I have no idea what the fallen angels were after or why they came at me. The woman who saved the night. She isn't an angel, is she? Something about her felt oddly familiar. No, she's not an angel. An angel couldn't kill other angels like that. If she wants something from us, I guess we'll soon find out. But she was right. I'm a very lucky man to be with you. She smiled, then reached up and gave him a bone-melting kiss. There was a soft knock on the door. Jasmine chuckled. You know what? I think our new friend, Emma, has made a habit out of interfering in our most precious moments. Put some clothes on. I'll go talk to her. Bertram got out of bed. He stretched his shoulders and took a quick mental inventory of his body. Everything seemed to be in place. His fingers brushed across the raised areas at the back of his shoulders, where his wings came out when needed. He had a lot more control of his energy in the wings now. Still, he had a long way to go before he'd be in charge of his own body and the abilities the angels gave him. He didn't regret leaving human police detective work, but he wasn't sure that angel business was where his abilities would be best utilized. He was attacked the night before by criminals and fallen angels, both of them from the magical world. At least the human world had a definite line between the right and the wrong side of the law. In the magical world, there weren't any laws. There were the gods' rules, but they were more like guidelines rather than laws he could enforce. To make things worse, he had been told countless times that he couldn't access information or meet with someone of authority because he was an artificial angel and his angel blood wasn't pure. But isn't being a mixture the whole point of an artificial angel, he wondered? He stepped out onto the small porch of the Merlot cabin and admired the gentle sunlight that painted the lush green grass with a shade of yellow. A short distance away, at the start of the blocks of vines, Jasmine and Emma took a leisurely stroll, likely discussing food and wine or flowers. Bertram enjoyed seeing these beautiful women together. One was the love of his life, the other was a great friend he had just made. He hoped to maintain a relationship with Emma, but he doubted that would be the case because today he'd drive her back to the city and try to find a way for her to return to her time. Elvin exited the Chardonnay cabin and joined the women. Still on the porch, Bertram caught the unusual scent of a supernatural creature. The scent was strong, but he couldn't tell what kind of creature it was unless he switched on his angel mode. Jasmine sensed his adrenaline surge the second it occurred and turned to look at him. He locked eyes with her, mentally asking her to remain in human vision. She nodded. Then he switched. The vision of the world blurred a bit before clearing up. A woman walked out from behind the Merlot cabin, her eyes zeroed in on Emma. She didn't pay Bertram any attention and walked right through him, heading toward Emma. This was a cross-world creature, a shapeshifter, but her shape was so fluid Bertram couldn't tell what kind of shapeshifter she was. He hadn't seen anything like this before, but Jasmine might have. The woman held a palm-sized electronic pad in her hand. She smiled at Emma, who seemed dumbfounded when she saw the woman. "Liz, what are you doing here?" "I'd like to pick up my order, Emma." Bertram followed the woman. When he switched on his angel mode, he saw a different version of reality, but apart from his opaque eyes, he should look the same to other people. This woman Emma had just referred to as Liz didn't seem to register him at all. Emma smiled at Liz. Bertram thought her smile seemed forced, but he had a feeling Liz didn't see any signs of Emma's distress. Bertram could tell Jasmine had read a high level of negative emotions from Emma. Jasmine looked at him. He shook his head, then tilted it at the woman. Jasmine approached her. "Hi, I'm Jasmine, Emma's friend," she said, and reached her hand out for a handshake. Liz stared down at Jasmine's hand but didn't reciprocate. Emma approached. "I can't recall your order, Liz. Maybe you can help me." Liz handed the electronic pad to Emma. She mumbled something unintelligible, but Bertram was sure she didn't know the answer to Emma's question. Bertram recalled now that Liz was the customer who had called the shop when he was there in 2999. She ordered tulips, but she didn't know what the flowers were called. He had to tell her. That meant she should know what she ordered. This woman was a shapeshifter that had taken Liz's form. Emma was about to take the electronic pad. Jasmine knocked it out of the woman's hand, and the device dropped to the ground. The woman hissed. It didn't sound human at all. Bertram switched on his full-scale angel mode and fired beams from his eyes at the woman. She turned around and shifted into a lion-shaped creature with lizard-like skin. The creature charged at Bertram. His beams slowed it down but didn't seem to do much damage. His angel-fueled weapon wasn't lethal to it. The creature did not belong to the magical world. Jasmine threw everything in her witch arsenal at it. Daggers, witch bombs, spells, curses. Nothing slowed it down. Bertram withdrew farther from Jasmine, Emma, and Elvin. This was going to be a bloodbath, and he didn't want to die in front of Jasmine. Suddenly, a beam from above blasted down at the creature. The energy from the beam was so strong it threw Bertram back several feet. But it wasn't the power of the energy that stopped the creature. It was the right type of weapon. It was something designed to kill it. The creature lay on the ground, wriggling. A small spaceship appeared in the sky. It moved to one side of them and landed in the bushland. The ship was the kind that Xirin LeBlanc, Jasmine's father, had used. He called it a capsule, and it was the latest technology from Udays. Bertram switched back to human mode. Jasmine rushed over. Tears rolled down her face as she looked at the capsule. The door slid open, and a man was the spitting image of Kieran walked out. But he wasn't Kieran. Bertram knew it. So did Jasmine. The man's eyes paused on Jasmine for a few brief seconds. Then he looked away and walked over to the dying creature. He pulled a device from his pocket and fired a beam at the creature, then entered a command on his device and tucked it away. "Genix, I just sent a note to the central databank claiming your extermination. Your master will know who terminated you and why. Caedmon LeBlanc, my master will kill you." Well, if your master employs unskilled, cheap labor like you, I don't consider him a threat to my welfare. Before you go, let me do you a favor and explain what went wrong. I learned of your grand plan from a hybrid vampire you slept with. I destroyed your time-traveling prototype using a trace from the contractor you hired and then killed. And I jammed your device when you created a new prototype using the old specs. I shuffled your times and locations. That confused you, didn't it? You followed Elvin's bug here. Well done. Credit to you. But you were so out of touch with the game that you couldn't even tell the difference between 2022 and 2999. And that's enough information. You can die happily now. My master will kill you. All right, I'm bored. He placed a beam in the creature's head. It jerked up from the ground for a moment and then collapsed and died. The body evaporated into thin air. Elvin rushed forward. "What do you mean, following my bug? I'm no spy." Bertram wrapped an arm around Jasmine's shoulders. He felt her body vibrating with emotion. He squeezed her shoulder slightly, but said nothing. She needed time to make a decision. He would not interfere. It was the least he could do for her. Alina appeared at the door of the capsule and stepped out. She winced at the heat, then approached. "We know you're not a spy, Elvin." "Alina, you grew up to be so beautiful." "Thanks, Elvin. I don't make a living with my appearance, but it's nice to know. Show me the base of your neck." She pulled out what looked like a small flashlight from her belt, pointed it at the base of his neck, and pressed a button. A small metal pill broke through the skin of Elvin's neck and was sucked into a clear container at the base of the device Alina held. You participated in an experiment, didn't you? Yes, a medical experiment for skin treatment. They didn't tell me they were putting a bug in me. Alina smiled. Don't worry, it's out of your body now. If you needed money for the land in the Eastern Dome, all you had to do was ask me. I couldn't do that. I can take care of myself, Alina. But thank you. Emma approached Elvin. I can lend you the money, Elvin. You shouldn't have to sell the cabin in the woods, too. The land is paid for, said Alina. It's yours. You can go live there for the rest of your life. Thank you for your service when you were with Amarak. Thank you, but you shouldn't have bought the land for me. Don't thank me. Caedmon arranged it. Elvin turned toward Caedmon. I've heard a lot of good things about you, Caedmon. Thank you. You're welcome. I'm sorry I can't take you and Emma back to your time in our capsule. It's a complicated process, but if you and Emma go to the location of your shop tonight at 7, I've arranged a portal pass that will allow you to return to 2999. It will only happen once, and it will last for only 2 seconds. Please be on time. Regarding your shop, that area is sensitive to multiversal frequency flux. That's why they chose it as a test site. I bought that stretch of land and will block it from public access. If you go to our Amarak headquarters tomorrow, someone there can show you the properties we have in the Central. You can choose any shop location you like. I'm sorry for any inconvenience the move might cause you. It's not a problem, Caedmon, said Emma. I don't want to hang around in an area that criminals use for their business. There goes your Eudasian dream, Elvin said. Excuse me? Caedmon arched an eyebrow. Was my offer an unfair business proposal? No, said Emma. Anything you offer is more than generous, Caedmon. Elvin thinks shops in the Central District are expensive to run. He's worried I'll run low on my savings to go to Eudais, which is a myth, by the way. Is that so? Well, let me know if you think the offer is unfair, and I'll make other arrangements. Emma nodded. Caedmon locked eyes with Jasmine again. She said nothing, and neither did he. He nodded a goodbye and turned toward his capsule. Bertram couldn't help himself. You're not walking away without saying anything, pal. Caedmon stopped, turned around, and approached. Tears rolled down Jasmine's face. Jasmine and Caedmon stared at each other for an uncomfortably long time. Bertram felt like he was going to explode. Fuck it, he was going to tell them. Freya. Caedmon's voice was so soft it was barely audible. Jasmine nodded, and that was it. The siblings embraced. Bertram had never seen Jasmine, or rather Freya LeBlanc, that emotional. Neither had he ever seen a grown man cry. A short distance away, Alina stood, hands in her pockets. She smiled. Her eyes said it all. They were warriors of the multiverse. Yet when it came to family, they were as human as anyone he had ever known. Jasmine pinched lightly at Bertram's nose while he was cleaning up the burned area in the villa. What are you smiling at? I'm just remembering the bit where Alina said you're smoking hot. She said that about Mom. Yes, just to say how you're the spitting image of your mom. That's how Caedmon recognized you, and that's why when he said, you look just like your mom, it was a compliment. He chuckled. I found it fascinating the way Caedmon interacts with Alina, like he corrects her for some of the words she chooses, yet he's infatuated with her. They're so different, but they're soulmates. They can complete each other's sentences. Just like us? We're not that different. We're compatible in most things. For example, we can share spaces, share our bed, and share the office. She laughed. Nice try, Bertram. But yes, I know your office burned up and you want mine. That's fine. I can use the one at Vines and Soul. They heard footsteps, and Lisa, the manager of Vines and Soul, appeared in the front yard. Lisa, you're not due back until tomorrow. Hi, Jasmine. Hi, Bertram. Your place is truly a mess, so you're lucky I'm back a day early. Peter isn't at the restaurant or in the cellar. I couldn't find the key to the wine room in the usual spot. I need a dozen bottles of our special Chardonnay. We have a large booking today for lunch, and I need to make sure the wine is chilled." Jasmine frowned. This was unlike Peter. "I called his cell phone and there was no answer," said Lisa. Jasmine gave Lisa her master key. "Please use this for the wine. For today's general menu, just use the old one." "Thanks, Lisa. I'll go check on Peter." As soon as Lisa left, Jasmine and Bertram drove to Peter's place at Wood End, a 15-minute drive from Gisborne. Jasmine had been to Peter's place countless times before. She always felt a sense of comfort and warmth from the way Jess had decorated the cozy home. But today, as she stepped inside, she couldn't shake the feeling of emptiness and abandonment that permeated the once lively house. The air was chilly and still, devoid of any trace of Jess's presence. Even the colorful throw pillows and knickknacks seemed to have lost their charm in this lifeless atmosphere. Jasmine shivered as she wandered through the familiar rooms, now filled with a sense of desolation. It was as if all the joy and love that used to reside here had suddenly vanished into thin air. "Peter? Jess?" Jasmine called out. Jasmine knew Bertram had switched on his angel mode. He finished the scan quickly and returned to human mode. That was when his detective instincts kicked in. "Back garden." He didn't explain any further and strode toward the back. In a corner of the garden next to a large oak tree, Jess sat on the ground, shaking and in shock. Jasmine rushed around to the other side of the tree. Peter's mangled body lying motionless on the ground. His chest was ripped open, exposing a gaping void where his heart should have been. A pool of crimson blood had seeped into the soil, staining it the color of violence and death. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood and the bitter taste of fear. In that moment, everything felt still and frozen in time, except for their racing hearts and shallow breaths. The blood stain on his torso read, 2022. Thank you for listening to Only Time Can Tell, a novel in the Wolf Valley series. You know, my grandmother used to say that the moon doesn't just call to our wolves, it calls to the truth in our hearts. In Wolf Valley, we've learned that some truths are worth crossing oceans for, worth fighting supernatural forces for, worth risking everything to protect. If you've enjoyed this tale of love, loyalty, and supernatural adventure, there's so much more waiting for you in the Wolf Valley series. Each story weaves another thread in our tapestry of impossible loves and unbreakable bonds. Want to know how Jasmine and Bertram's story began? How a witch and a detective first broke all the rules? Or how a deadline wolf and a human's love changed the fate of an entire pack? Our previous books in the series are waiting for you. With enthusiasm, join our pack by subscribing to this channel and hitting that like button. Leave a comment below. Tell us what you love about Wolf Valley, which character's story resonates with you, or what supernatural romance you'd like to see next. Remember, DN Leo writes stories based on reader feedback, so your voice matters in shaping the future of Wolf Valley. Until our next moonlit adventure, this is Mia Lee, reminding you that in Wolf Valley, every heart finds its home, every soul finds its mate, and every love story is worth fighting for. Follow DN Leo at DN Leo. For exclusive content, upcoming releases, and more supernatural romance adventures. And between us, the next full moon might just bring another Wolf Valley story your way. Wolf Valley Forbidden Hearts, where love knows no boundaries and magic knows no limits.